Chapter 1 Family Thinking. Greetings to any Avatar, Naruto fans, or fans of my work. With the coming release of the Last Airbender movie, I decided to write my own Naruto/Avatar crossover. The story itself was adopted by me, although the idea belonged to Weasley Rule as he was the one that thought of it, with a few changes from me, but was still kind enough to let me give it a try at the story. I did not own Naruto or Avatar whatsoever, or any of the characters. The only character I own are my OCs. Currently sailing from the eastern coast of the Earth Kingdom and in the middle of the sea between the Western Air Temple and the North Pole, a massive fleet of over 100 metal warships sailed, led by a massive Empire-class battleship. This fleet was being led by the Fire Nation's greatest general, General Iroh, also known as the Dragon of the West, son of the Fire Lord Azulin and Crown Prince of the Fire Nation, next in line for the throne. Iroh was currently returning home with his army after his failed attempt to conquer Ba Sing Se. Iroh had laid siege to the city for 600 days and successfully breached the outer wall, a feat that had never been equaled before or since the war began. However, before he could breach the inner wall, his only son Lu Ten was killed on the front lines, and in his grief Iroh abandoned the siege and decided to return home with his army. Iroh was currently on the catwalk of the bridge of his ship looking out into the open sea, thinking about his now dead son. Soon after, Iroh called for the captain of his ship, saying, "Captain, I want you to signal the rest of the fleet and tell them that we're to head west instead of south." "But sir, why?" asked the captain. "There's a large storm coming. I can smell it in the air and tell by the way the seagulls are flying," Iroh answered. "But sir, are you sure? There's not a cloud in the sky. The weather is perfect, and if we do this, it will delay our return to the Fire Nation by several weeks, if not more," objected the captain. "Trust me, Captain, I'm sure. So please signal the fleet, as I'm sure the men would rather delay returning home by a few weeks rather than never returning at all," Iroh replied. "Very well, sir. I will signal the ships and have the fleet turn west," the captain acquiesced. "Thank you, Captain," replied Iroh, whereupon the captain saluted and went back inside to the bridge, while Iroh continued to stare out into the horizon. Unfortunately, even though the fleet made the alterations as Iroh had ordered and headed west, the storm was much larger than they had expected, and they were still caught by it. Fortunately, though, thanks to Iroh's leadership, the fleet was able to stay together, and though they did suffer some damage and lose a few men, the majority were able to continue. However, a few ships did sustain some heavy engine damage, while others lost valuable rations. In addition, the fleet found that they had been blown far northwest and found themselves too far away from their land to continue without docking somewhere else first. Once all the damage was assessed, Iroh decided to try and find somewhere they could make repairs and find fresh water and supplies to restock their ships. After nearly a week of sailing and seeing no sign of land, the fleet, along with everyone in it, were beginning to lose hope that they would find land and were starting to think that they would never return home to their families. But just when all hope was lost, a large landmass was spotted, and soon after they found a city with a large, where they could make repairs and stock up on supplies. Naturally, when the people of the city saw the massive fleet of unknown metal warships, many people got scared, believing that some foreign nation had come to conquer them. Knowing what would happen, Iroh came ashore in a small boat along with a small escort. Iroh then met with the lord of the city, where Iroh explained his fleet situation, assuring the lord that neither he nor his fleet had any intention of invading his city or their country. The lord, of course, remained skeptical of Iroh's story, believing that it could be some kind of trick to have them lower their guard so that Iroh and his forces could conquer the city with little trouble. But eventually, they came to an agreement where the majority of Iroh's fleet would remain out in open sea, and only 3 ships at a time were allowed to the docks to make repairs. The crews of the ships would remain on board their ships under heavy guard. However, small groups of unarmed crewmen and soldiers would be allowed to enter and roam the city for shore leave, as long as they caused no trouble. Supplies of food and water would be sent to the ships, although Iroh and his fleet would have to pay for all of them along with the things they needed to make the repairs on the ships. Fortunately, though, Iroh had plenty of gold on board the fleet, so payment was not a major issue, although the arrangement would prolong the amount of time they had to spend away from home. In Konoha, a few days later, currently running through the streets, an 8-year-old Naruto, wearing black short sandals and a white shirt with spirals on it, was running through the streets trying to hide from a mob of angry villagers. Every week, Naruto would be chased by a gang of angry people, all yelling, "Die demon!" or "Kill the demon spawn," along with other things. When this happened, one of three things would happen. They would corner him and beat him up, he would find a place to hide from them, or some masked ninjas called A and BU would come and knock the people out and take them away, bringing him back to his small apartment and then leaving. As he ran, he quickly turned into an alleyway with a wooden fence at the end of it, where he saw a small hole in the fence that was just big enough for him to fit into. Moving quickly, he ran to the fence wall and squeezed himself through the hole. After he was clear of the hole, he quickly found a brown box, which he put in front of his end of the portal in order to provide some camouflage. As soon as he did this, Naruto heard the voices of the people chasing him from behind the fence. "Where did the demon brat go?" said one man. "I don't know. I was sure I saw him turn into this alley," another man said. "Well, he clearly not here, as the only things I can see are some old wooden boxes, and they're too small for him to hide in," said a woman. "Well, he couldn't have gotten far. Let's find him," yet another man said, after which Naruto heard them running off in a different direction. When the gang of people left, Naruto sighed and fell against the wooden fence. This time, he had escaped another beating, but he could not help but wonder if he would the next time or the time after that. Every week since he was 5, people have been attacking him, calling him all kinds of names, insulting him, and beat him. What got Naruto most upset, however, were the angry stares the people would give him, as well as how they would ignore him as if he didn't exist, which was the worst of all. "Why do they hate me? Why do they call me demon? What did I ever do to have them so angry at me?" thought Naruto as he sat on the ground. The only person that had ever shown him any real kindness was the Hokage, who was in a way like a grandfather to him. When he asked the Hokage why the people hated him so much, he would always change the subject or not answer at all. The same thing would happen when he asked if he knew anything about his parents. Naruto was even more down today, as he had failed to pass the graduation exam to become a genin. He had hoped that if he could become a shinobi, he could train and become the Hokage so that people would stop hating him and treat him with respect, as he believed that it was the only way that people would acknowledge him. Now, though, he was beginning to wonder if that would ever happen, as even if he became a ninja for the village, would they ever accept him and let him be Hokage? Not to mention how many more beatings would he have to go through before they stopped? At this, he began to become more and more upset, as he believed that Konoha would never accept him. It was then that Naruto decided that if he wanted any kind of life for himself, he would have to leave Konoha. He was through with being the village's punching bag, damn it. Quickly going back to his small rundown apartment, Naruto gathered his few belongings and some food and things before he packed them up in his backpack. He then snuck out the village through a small hole in the village wall that he had found by accident when hiding one day. After walking for a while, Naruto decided to have one last look at Konoha from the hillside he was on. After a few minutes of just looking, Naruto could not help but feel slightly saddened, as even though he suffered much hardship in Konoha, it was still the only home he had ever known. Eventually, Naruto pushed that feeling aside and started to walk away, not knowing if he would ever see Konoha again. 1 week later in the Hokage's office, currently sitting at his desk was the Hokage, holding a file on Naruto with a small photo of him in the top left-hand corner. It had been a full week since Naruto had disappeared from the village, and there had still been no trace of him yet. Naruto's disappearance had only been discovered about 2 days after he had left. When the Hokage had decided to check on Naruto through his mystical crystal ball, he could find no trace of him inside or anywhere near the village. Immediately, The Hokage called for every available shinobi he and had them search for Naruto. Unfortunately, they could not find him, and his apartment looked like it had not been used in several days. Also, there had been heavy rain the following day after Naruto left, thereby erasing any tracks that Naruto may have left for the Inuzuka clan members to track him with. They had no idea where Naruto went and what direction he took. When the council heard this, the civilian members seemed happy and even suggested that they celebrate. Sarutobi, stating that if there was any kind of celebration in the village, then said people would find themselves spending the next 3 months in an underground 8 by 10 holding cell, quickly put that down. The elders, though, were greatly concerned that Naruto may have been somehow taken by one of the other shinobi villages in the hopes of weakening Konoha while strengthening themselves at the same time. Sarutobi quickly stated that Naruto was not kidnapped, as Konoha's barrier team had stated that no intruders had entered the village, leaving the idea that he had simply left the village as the only plausible explanation. This, of course, made the elders very concerned, since the idea of the Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi no Yoko roaming outside the village did not sit well with them, especially since there was a good chance he may be discovered by another village and turned against them. "Naruto, my boy, where are you?" Sarutobi thought as he looked sadly at the picture in the file of a young, smiling Naruto. Soon after, the Hokage laid the file back on the table and looked sadly at the photo of his former successor, the Yondaime Hokage, Naruto's father, on his wall with the other Hokages. Cursed people's blind anger and hatred, Naruto no doubt left due to the people persecuting him so much, something no child should go through. "I'm sorry, Minato. I should have done more to protect your son, and because I did not, he has run away from here. You and Kushina must be turning in your graves for what the village has done to him." As the Hokage continued to mope over his failings to protect Naruto better, a sudden puff was heard, where when the old Hokage looked up, he saw Naruto's father's last remaining student, Hitaki Kakashi, appear in front of him. When Naruto's disappearance was first reported, Kakashi had been one of the first to volunteer to go looking for him, as he felt responsible for not looking after his sensei's son. He had thought that his assignment in the ANBU Black Ops Division would make him a poor role model and caretaker, and had recently resigned, hoping to be able to make things right for the unfortunate child. "Kakashi, have you anything to report on Naruto's whereabouts?" Sarutobi asked, hoping for some news about Naruto. "Hi, Hokai-sama." "I do," replied Kakashi. "Although I was not able to find Naruto, I believe I have found where he might be." "Where?" "As I was searching for any sign of Naruto, I met a traveling merchant on the road, not too far from the village. I had asked him if he had seen a blonde-haired boy on his way here, and then showed him a picture of Naruto. He said he had, and told me that a few days ago he remembered seeing Naruto. He remembered Naruto because he noticed that Naruto was alone and thought it strange for a boy his age was traveling by himself." "Where was Naruto headed?" asked the Hokage urgently. According to the merchant, he had seen Naruto on the road, not far from the port city Gifu, where he seemed to be heading to, answered Kakashi. Upon hearing this, the Hokage quickly ordered Kakashi to gather a team composed of whoever he wanted and have them leave in the next hour to head to Gifu and find Naruto. Nodding, Kakashi quickly shunshined Body Flicker away. "Please be safe, Naruto," Sarutobi thought as he turned around in his chair and looked out the window over the village. A Gifu port city. Currently walking through the streets, Iroh was taking in the sights of the city. The last few days here had been very interesting for him. During his time in the city, Iroh bought several items, such as books and maps about the continent. He found it very funny, if not ironic, when he learned that the country he was in was called Fire Country. In addition, he wondered about the nearby Tea Country, wishing that he had the time to visit and try some of the country's namesake. He also found it fascinating how very different this land was from the Fire Nation and the other 4 great nations. In this land, they had people called shinobi who were skilled in the art of assassination and could do many different and wondrous things like change into different things and make copies of themselves. He also learned that they could do things that they called jutsus, which resembled bending, but they did not bend the actual elements. Instead, they used an energy called chakra to mimic bending. But still, from what he read about it all, it was still quite powerful. And what was even more interesting was that unlike four great nations, these shinobi could learn to use more than one element, whether it was through training or natural ability. He even learned that these shinobi, in a way, had their own countries inside the official countries of the ones they lived in. This was shown by how they had their own land, laws, traditions, and ruled themselves by electing their own leaders. Although these leaders still answered to the lords of the countries they lived in, who were called daimyos, and were expected to serve them during times of war. It was all very fascinating, but what Iroh found most fascinating was the genetic traits called bloodlines, which were the abilities passed down genetically in specific clans. As only people from these select families could manifest their ability, this resulted in highly specialized techniques and styles, each unique to the originators. As Iroh was walking down the street, he saw a small playground where he saw a young boy, no more than 7 or 8, and a young girl, slightly younger, clearly the boy's sister, playing tag with their father. Upon seeing this, a sad look spread across Iroh's face, as it brought back memories of when he played with his own son Lu Ten when he that age. As he watched them, he suddenly felt someone pulling on his money purse on the side of his belt. Quickly turning around, he saw that it was a young boy with spiky, bright blonde hair, wearing a dirty white t-shirt with a spiral on it along with tattered black shorts and broken sandals. Curiously enough, the child looked like he had whisker marks on his face. Upon seeing that he was caught, the boy started to run down the street, causing Iroh to give chase. With Naruto, when Naruto left Konoha, he traveled and followed the roads that people would travel to and from Konoha, as he did not know which way to go. For several days, he kept follow the roads until he came to the shore and saw the wide open sea. He could not help but be in awe at the vastness of the sea, as this was the first time he had ever seen it. He had followed the signposts that lead him to the port city of Gifu, where he had hoped he could buy some food and maybe find a job to earn some money for a place to stay, and then he could then decide what to do next. But when he got to Gifu, he was attacked by some older kids who took all his money and most of his things, and he couldn't find a place to stay or any place where he could earn some money. This left him with nothing, leaving no choice but to sleep in a run-down, abandoned building. After a few more days with no food, Naruto decided that stealing was his only option if he wanted to survive. Using some of the skills he gained from his time in the academy, Naruto was able to steal some fruits and things. He didn't like stealing, but he had no other choice if he wanted to survive. During his time in Gifu, Naruto saw the massive metal ships being repaired in the docks that belonged to the foreigners that arrived recently from a country that was funny enough called the Fire Nation. He even saw from the distance the rest of the fleet and could only imagine what it would be like to command a massive fleet of ships like that. He even noticed some of the men that came from the ships and admired the cool red uniforms that they wore, as well as the creepy armor that some of the others wore. As he was looking at them, he noticed an older man wearing a darker type of armor than any of the other foreign men. Naruto guessed that he must be some kind of commander. As he looked at the man, he also saw a large money purse on his belt. Naruto had heard from some of the people in the city that the foreign men were quite wealthy as they had plenty of gold on them. Upon seeing the money purse, Naruto decided to try and take it. He didn't want to, but it was either steal or starve. Hence he started to follow the man, but kept a good distance from him. Eventually Naruto saw him stop to watch some kids playing with their father and saw a sad look appear on his face. When Naruto saw them, the same kind of look appeared on his face as well, along with a slightly envious look, as he had often longed to have something like that. To have a family who loves you and be there to support you and care for you would truly have been one of the most treasured things he could ever have. Quickly pushing those thoughts aside, Naruto slowly and carefully snuck up on the man, where once he came behind, Naruto started to slowly undo the man's purse, and just as he was slowly pulling it off, the man suddenly turned around and saw him. Seeing that he was caught, Naruto quickly ran off, fearing that he would be punished severely for it. As he ran, he looked behind him and saw that the same man was now chasing after him. telling to him to stop and wait. Naruto continued to run for a few minutes until he turned into a corner and ran into two Fire Nation soldiers who were just returning from their shore leave. "Ouch! Hey, watch it, kid!" exclaimed one of the soldiers when Naruto crashed into him and he caught hold of Naruto. "Let me go! Let me go, I didn't do anything!" Naruto cried as he tried to get the soldier to let him go and get away before Iroh caught up with him. But just as the soldier was about to let him go, Iroh came around the corner panting heavily. "Stop! Pant, do not let Pant! Pant him go!" said the out-of-breath general. Quickly, both Solders grabbed a better hold of the now struggling Naruto, who was pleading them to let him go as the Dragon of the West caught his breath. "General Iroh, sir, did something happen between you and this boy?" one of the soldiers asked, whereupon hearing this, Naruto stopped struggling. "He's a general," he thought in surprise, as he then started to get worried, as he didn't think that Iroh was that important. He knew he was someone of importance, but not by that much. Hence, he knew he was in a lot of trouble. "Ah, yes, it seems this young man decided to try and borrow some money from me without asking first," Iroh said in a pleasant voice, as if there was nothing wrong with what Naruto tried to do. "He tried to steal from you, sir?" one of the Solders asked, turning an angry frown on Naruto. "Do you wish us to bring him to the authorities here and hand him to them, sir?" the other soldier asked. Now, gentlemen, I'm sure there's a reasonable explanation to his actions," spoke Iroh as he knelt down and told the men to let Naruto go. Once they let go of Naruto, Iroh spoke to Naruto. "Now, then, young man, why don't you tell us your name?" At first, Naruto said nothing, as he wasn't sure if he should answer, and thought he should run. But he decided against it, as he knew that they would just start chasing him again, and no doubt attract the attention of more of the foreign people, and they would capture him again. So he decided to answer the man's questions, whereupon they hopefully would let him go. "My name is Uzumaki Naruto." "Well then, Naruto, my name is Iroh. It's very nice to meet you," Iroh said as he then held out his hand to shake hands, where Naruto hesitantly reciprocated. "Now, then, Naruto, why don't you tell me why were you trying to steal my money? Surely you know that stealing is wrong," Iroh said kindly. "I know, but I had no choice. I was hungry and I had no money to buy any food. I didn't want to, but I had to," Naruto replied sorrowfully. As he really didn't like stealing, he was just left with no other choice. "If you were hungry, then why did you not go home? Surely your parents would give you something to eat," Iroh replied, although he immediately regretted it when he saw the look on Naruto's face. "I don't have any parents. They died when I was born, or at least that was what I was told," Naruto replied. When Iroh saw this, a sad look appeared on his face, realizing that Naruto was an orphan. Iroh had seen more than his fair share of orphans during the war, many of which he made as his army fought the Earth Kingdom. "I'm very sorry to hear that, Naruto, but do you not have anyone to care for you or a home to stay?" Iroh asked. "No, not really. I lived by myself for as long as I can remember in a small old apartment, and the only person who really tried to take care of me was the Hokage. Everyone else there hates me, and calls me names as well as beat me up, which was why I ran away from there." Upon hearing, still an Iroh could not help but pity Naruto and understood why he ran away from that place. "Naruto," spoke Iroh, gaining the boy's attention, "what would you say about coming to my ship and having lunch there?" At this, a happy look appeared on Naruto's face at seeing one of the ships up close. "Really?" where Iroh nodded. Soon after, Iroh led Naruto to the docks, where they went on a small boat that brought them to Iroh's command ship. When Naruto saw the ship, he could not help but be in awe of the ship's size and grandeur. "You command this?" asked Naruto in awe. "Yes, I do, although I must say it's rather hard to clean it," said Iroh with a small chuckle at his little joke, as Naruto just smiled. Soon enough, they boarded the ships, and Iroh asked the men that greeted them to have the cook prepare a meal for him and Naruto, and to have it set on the deck outside, saying that it was a nice day for a meal outside. The men nodded and went off, after which Iroh asked Naruto if he would like a tour of the ship while they waited for their meal to be cooked. Naruto, of course, eagerly agreed, as he was anxious to see more of the ship. For the next hour and a half, Iroh showed Naruto around the ship, showing him things like the crew quarters, engine room, the bridge, the mess room, and other parts of the ship. Naruto, of course, was ecstatic about seeing the ship and often asked Iroh different questions about the ship, which Iroh was more than happy to answer as he enjoyed Naruto's enthusiasm. Once the tour was done, Iroh and Naruto went to have lunch at the deck, where a medium-sized table was placed and laid with food. Once they sat down, Naruto immediately started to eat hungrily. Seeing this, Iroh could not help but look sadly at Naruto, as it showed that he hadn't eaten a good meal in some time. When Naruto saw Iroh looking at him, he stopped eating and looked both embarrassed and ashamed, thinking that Iroh must be disgusted by his lack of manners. However, Iroh quickly assured Naruto that it was all right and to go ahead and eat, and even called one of the men who brought the food to bring more food. As Naruto ate, Iroh could not help but admire the amount that Naruto ate. Soon after, they finished their meals and Iroh then made some tea for the both of them, and they then talked on the deck for the next few hours. It took a while, but Iroh was able to get Naruto to talk a bit more about his life in the village he came from, so that he could understand Naruto better and know what he went through, as he believed that it was always best to talk such issues and not bottle it up. When Iroh heard what the most of the people of his village had done to him, he could not help but feel a great deal of anger and disgust at the people's treatment of a young and innocent boy. He even felt slightly tempted to have his army disembark from his fleet and march on Konoha and burn it to the ground, as nothing justified the attacking of an innocent young boy. This, of course, spoke volumes of how angry Iroh was, as he was not a violent man. But quickly enough, Iroh pushed such thoughts away, as new violent actions only caused violent reactions, starting a never-ending cycle of hate. Iroh, in turn, shared some of the things that he had seen and what had happened in the war with his army. He even told Naruto about the loss of his only child and son, Luten. The two of them continued to talk for several hours, right up until the sun started to set. Upon seeing that it was going to get dark soon, Naruto thought it best that he go back to the abandoned building he was staying in. Well, I guess I should go back now. Thank you, Iroh-san, for lunch and for the tea. It was really nice, spoke Naruto. When Iroh heard this, he knew that Naruto didn't have a real place to stay, as he had already guessed that if Naruto had run away and didn't have enough money to buy food or anything, then he most likely didn't have any real place to stay, and most likely slept on the street or in some old abandoned building. This was unacceptable to Iroh, and so he decided to do something about it. Nonsense, Naruto. You will stay here with us on this ship, spoke Iroh. Thanks, Iroh-san, but I'm okay, replied Naruto, as he knew that Iroh was trying to be nice and didn't really want someone pity, even though he would have liked to stay longer on the ship with Iroh and the crew, as they all seemed nice enough. Please stay, Naruto. It's nice to have some youthful energy to brighten up this old, gloomy ship, cajoled a smiling Iroh. Are you sure that it would be okay? Asked Naruto, to which Iroh smiled and nodded. Okay then, but I need to get some of my stuff, said Naruto, to which Iroh nodded and said he would help get the stuff for Naruto. The following 3 days after Iroh caught Naruto trying to pickpocket him were some of the best times that both Iroh and Naruto had experienced in a long time. During their time together, Iroh and Naruto were always seen talking with one another about things such as food, the different things in Konoha or the Fire Nation, and they even played a few childish games. Naruto especially enjoyed watching the crew along with Iroh sparring with one another and using firebending, which Naruto was cool. He initially thought it was a jutsu, but Iroh quickly explained it wasn't, as they summoned and used the natural fire and did not create it with chakra, stating that natural fire was stronger than chakra-based fire. But like all good things, their time together came to an end as the damaged ships in Iroh's fleet were repaired and his fleet was restocked with enough food and water to return to the Fire Nation safely. Hence, they would be leaving tomorrow morning. It was because of this that Iroh came to a decision about Naruto. He knew that once he left that Naruto would be left alone to live on the streets, and if he returned to the village he came from, he would just be beaten and abused again. Neither of which Iroh wanted for Naruto, as he had come quite fond of Naruto in the few days they had met. The days he had spent with Naruto, as he either played with or talked to Naruto, reminded him of the times when his son Luten was alive and was Naruto's age and how he used to play with him. So at the end of the third day, when Iroh was on the bow of the ship with Naruto, watching the sunset together, as Naruto told him he liked watching the sunset because he could away see his favorite color, orange. Iroh decided to tell Naruto that he would be leaving tomorrow. Naruto, there is something I have to tell you, spoke Iroh, suddenly gaining Naruto's attention. What is it, Iroh-san? Queried Naruto. I'm afraid that all my ships are repaired, and so tomorrow morning my fleet will be leaving for home tomorrow. Oh, said Naruto sadly, as he had enjoyed his time here and had liked Iroh, as other than the Hokage and the ramen chief Tucci and his daughter, he was the only real person that showed him any real kindness. So I guess that this is goodbye then. It doesn't have to be Naruto, replied Iroh as he knelt down to him. Naruto, although I know we have only met a few days ago, but I would like you to come with me, and if you would like, I would like to invite you to be in my family, said Iroh as he was unsure as to what Naruto would say. At hearing this, Naruto looked it up at Iroh in surprise. You mean why you want to adopt me? He asked in surprise. When he was younger and lived in the orphanage, no one had even once offered to adopt him. Yet here was Iroh, offering to open his heart and home to him. It was then that Naruto smiled with some tears in his eyes, after which he then hugged Iroh, showing that he accepted Iroh's offer to be his son. After a minute or so, Naruto let go of the hug and then spoke up slightly nervously. Would it be okay if I called you Dad? Asked Naruto nervously, as he wasn't sure how Iroh would react to being called Dad, as it was kind of weird and away from him, as he never had to call anyone that. At this, Iroh smiled with some tears in his own eyes, as he hadn't thought that he would ever be called that again. Yes, it would be fine, Naruto, after which he returned Naruto's hug. Iroh believed that maybe, just maybe, fate caused that storm in order to bring him here and to meet Naruto, where the two of them could find one another and be a family and heal the other's wounds. Early the next morning, Iroh's fleet set sail to return to the Fire Nation. As the fleet sailed away, Naruto and his new adopted father Iroh watched from the bridge's catwalk as the elemental nations disappeared into the horizon. His old life in the elemental continent was over, and his new life in the Fire Nation began today. Later on, in the late morning, Kakashi and the Konoha team he was leading arrived in Gifu to look for Naruto. Pack and sniffed for Naruto's scent and tracked him first to an old abandoned building, where Naruto most likely stayed for a while. After that, he tracked Naruto's scent to the docks where it ended. At first, Kakashi and the others thought that Naruto might have snuck aboard a ship sailing to one of the island countries like Yuki no Kuni, Snow Country, Umi no Kuni, Sea Country, Mizu no Kuni, Water Country, Suki no Kanai, Moon Country, or even Nagi Island and Ozu Island. But when they asked some people about any ships that may have left in the past few days, they told them about the Fire Nation ships and how they only left a few hours ago. One of the sailors they had talked to had mentioned that he saw a young boy that matched Naruto's description boarding the biggest ship of the fleet with the commander of the fleet. When Kakashi and the other asked where this Fire Nation was, or when Kakashi and the others first heard this, they thought it's some kind of joke, but soon found otherwise. No one knew. The only thing that they did know for certain was that it was a country far away from the elemental continent. At this, Kakashi knew that Naruto was gone and out of their reach, as they now had no idea where Naruto was going and no clues as to even find him. Kakashi looked out to the horizon of the sea with a sad look. I failed you, Sensei. I failed to be there for your son and protect him when he needed someone. I can only hope that wherever he is now, he is happier and safer there than he was when he was in Konoha. Then he turned to his team, saying, We're heading back to Konoha. But what about Uzumaki? Shouldn't we try and chase after those ships? Asked the Chunin. What would be the point? We have no clue where they are going or where this Fire Nation is, and even if we did, we don't know if they will give him back. According to the people here, there was over 100 ships in that fleet, each 3 times the size of any ship known here and made entirely of metal. with an entire army on board as well. What chance would we have of getting Naruto away from a force like that by ourselves? Replied Kakashi. At this, the Chunin said nothing, as he knew Kakashi was right. Naruto was out of their reach. Soon after, Kakashi and his team left Gifu and headed back to Konoha and give Hokage the bad news. In Chapter 2, New Home. Thinking. The story itself was adopted by me, although the idea belonged to Weasley Rule, as he was the one that thought of it, with a few changes from me, but was still kind enough to let me give it a try at the story. Also, as some people have been asking, I have created a link for an avatar map, so all you have to do is go to my profile page to find it. I do not own Naruto or Avatar whatsoever, or any of the characters. The only character I own are my OCs. Currently sitting in the council room alone, the Hokage waited for the council to show, as roughly an hour ago he had finished listening to Kakashi's report on his search for Naruto. When Kakashi finished his report, Sarutobi knew that Naruto was now out of their reach now, and could not help but be dismayed at the turn of events, knowing he had completely failed his successor and his wife. Even Kakashi was depressed at what had happened, where he had chalked it up as another one of his long list of failings, upon which he then went to the memorial stone and try and find forgiveness from his sensei, the Yondaime, in failing to protect his son. Soon enough, the council room filled up with the civilian council members, the clan heads, the AMBU commander, and Sarutobi's advisors, the shinobi elders. Once everyone had entered, the Hogue's advisor and former teammate, Mitokado Hamura, stood up and spoke up. Hokage-sama, why have you called this meeting? Do you have any news on the whereabouts of the Kyuubi Jinchuriki? Not exactly, replied the old Hokage. What do you mean by that, Hokuto-san? Asked Udatane Koharu. Although Kakashi was able to find a solid lead to Naruto and was able to track him to the port city of Gifu, we lost him there, answered Sarutobi. How? As surely the Kyuubi Jinchuriki couldn't get away from a squad of fully trained shinobis, especially one that is led by someone as skilled as Kakashi, spoke Koharu. It seems that when Naruto arrived in Gifu, an armada of warships from an unknown foreign nation was off the coast of Gifu, where some of their ships were being repaired as they had been damaged during a storm, spoke the Sandaime. A foreign armada? Are you saying that Haino Kuni, Fire Country, and our village are being invaded by a foreign nation? Hokage-sama, spoke Akimichi Choza. No, the armada was seemingly blown, of course, to Haino Kuni coastal shore, where they were only at the port for a short period of time to make repairs to their ships, where they then left soon after, said the old Hokage, which settled the concerns of the council, as many feared another war starting. But still, Hokage-sama, why does this involve the boy? Spoke Inazuka-tsum. It seems that when Naruto was there, when they arrived, where he was then taken aboard the armada by the commander of the armada, a man by the name of Iroh, where Naruto then left with the armada, answered the Sandaime Hokage. As soon as Sarutobi said this, worried looks erupted among the clan heads and the elder shinobis, as this was the worst possible scenario, as the Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi, the strongest of all the Bijus, was now in the hands of foreign power. Then good riddance to it, spoke a civilian council member named Chijin. With that thing gone, Konoha will be that much better off and safer. Be silent, Chijin, you fool, hissed Koharu angrily, as she was in no mood to hear the stupid rants of fools that shouldn't be on the council to begin with. Surprised by Koharu's harshness, Chijin turned to her. But Koharu-san, why do you even care? You never shown any concern for it. As with it gone, we no longer have to fear the Kyuubi destroying our village, where will become that nation's problem. Chijin, you idiot, haven't you fools realized already how vital the Kyuubi's power is to Konoha's strength? Spoke Hamura angrily. What do you mean by that? Asked another civilian council member named Oroka. When a Shodaime Hokage defeated Madara, he was able to gain control of the Kyuubi from Madara, after which the Shodaime Hokage's wife Mito-sama sealed the Kyuubi in herself, making her the first Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi, upon which the Shodaime Hokage gave the Nanabai no Kabutomushi, seven-tailed horned beetle, to Takagakure, Hidden Waterfall, and the other 7 Bijus to the other 4 great shinobi villages to try and maintain balance between the nations. Without the Kyubi, Jinchuriki, our village's strength will be severely reduced, not to mention the fact that this nation could decide to one day use the Kyubi's power against us, spoke Koharu harshly. Even though the civilian council members were shocked at the fact that the Shodame Hokage's wife was a Jinchuriki, they quickly realized what kind of trouble this put their village. Then we must find him and bring him back, spoke a third civilian council member named Tainusha. It's a bit late for that now, as this nation already has Naruto. Besides, if fools like you had listened and respected the Yondaime Hokage's dying wish, his son would never have left the village, cried the old Hokage angrily, as he no longer cared about hiding Naruto's heritage, as there was no point with him gone. Upon hearing this, everyone minus the Hokage's advisors were shocked at this revelation. His son, spoke Chi-Jin in shock. Yes, Naruto is the Yondaime Hokage's son, replied Sarutobi. It's not possible. I refuse to believe that demon is the Yondaime Hokage's son. There's no wa dash, cried Oroka before he shut up when the Sandaime let loose a powerful burst of killing intent. Be silent, roared out the old Hokage in a snarl-like voice as he glared at Oroka, who felt like he had been killed over 100 times by how strong the killing intent was. The other council members, along with the Hokage's advisors, were of course shocked at the Sandaime acting like this. Even Danzo was surprised, as he hadn't seen his former friend like this in a long time, where it reminded him of what Sarutobi was once like before he became soft in Danzo's eyes. Naruto is Minato's son and is no more a demon than anyone else here, as he is just as much a human being as Mito-sama and his mother Kushina was. And if anyone here so much as call Naruto a demon or monster again, they will answer to me, spoke the furious old Hokage as he slammed his fist down on the arm of his chair angrily and glared at Oroka, along with the other civilian members, as he blamed the ignorant fools and others like them in the village for Naruto running away. At this, the civilian council members became very afraid, as they had never seen Sarutobi like this. But soon enough, the old Hokage calmed down, although gave the civilian members a warning glare. Once Sarutobi calmed down a bit, some decided to spoke up. Hokage-sama, if I may, why weren't we informed that Mito-sama and Kushina were also Jinchurikis for the Kyubi? As she had been friends with Kushina in their youth, yet had no idea that she was the Jinchuriki for the Kyubi, as it was commonly believed that Naruto was the first Kyubi Jinchuriki. The reason was because it was for Mito-sama's and Kushina's safety, for fear of the other villages assassinating either to them to weaken Konoha or to capture them and use them against Konoha. Also, it was to make sure that we would have a hidden ace in the hole in case the village was attacked, where our enemies wouldn't know who held the Kyubi. Not only that, it was also to allow both of them to have happy, normal lives and be accepted by the village, where they wouldn't have to suffer the harshness that other Jinchurikis in other villages went through. But sadly, that didn't work for Naruto, as it became common knowledge that Naruto held the Kyubi in him, and due to the attack, many lives were lost, and people used Naruto as a scapegoat to focus their anger on, replied Sarutobi sadly. Do we know which country has taken Uzumaki? Spoke Danzo, hoping to know where to send his root neens and retrieve Naruto. A foreign nation called Fire Nation, replied the Sandaime, where he got many strange looks from the other council members, but he assured them that it was the country's name. Then do we know where this Fire Nation is? Asked Koharu. No, as all the people that Kakashi and his team interviewed knew it was a place far off in the Southeast Sea, answered Sarutobi. Do you think they know about the Kyubi? Spoke Danzo, as he saw no other reason why the commander of an armada would simply take a boy off the street unless he had some value. I don't know, as it is unlikely given how the armada was just passing by, but even still it can't be ruled out, replied Sarutobi. Then we must send out teams and find this Fire Nation and get him back, spoke Tainusha. Even if we do find this Fire Nation, how do you expect us to get Naruto back, as chances are this Fire Nation will not give him up, especially if they somehow know that Naruto has the Kyubi, Since given the description and size of the ships of this nation, the Fire Nation is more advanced militarily and technology, as the vast size of the Armada means they also have an equally vast army. Where if it were to enter their country without permission, it would cause an international incident and could be seen as an act of war on our part. And by just judging by the Armada that was near Gifu alone, it would be a war that we would most likely lose. Especially if the Fire Daimyo doesn't support us, where he would most likely wouldn't, said Sarutobi. But why wouldn't he? They stole our Jirchiriki, spoke Chi-Jin. At this, Sarutobi could only scoff at the fact how Chi-Jin, who was so pleased at Naruto gone mere moments ago, was now insisting that they risk a war to bring him back, when informed that without Naruto, they would be in trouble, and with the fact that he was the Yondaime Hokage's son. The Fire Daimyo would never support us if he found out how Naruto was treated here, which would if the Fire Nation informed him of it. Not to mention Naruto left with them willingly and was not forced to go. Hence the Fire Daimyo would not support us and most likely leave us to fend for ourselves, answered Sarutobi. Upon hearing this, the council knew there was nothing they could do, as Naruto was beyond their reach now. At the same time, Danzo secretly made plans in his mind to send out his root teams to search out and gather as much information about the Fire Nation as possible. Soon after, Sarutobi called the council meeting to an end, where he knew in the next few days there would be a level of uproar, anxiety, fear, and confusion of the likes that Konoha has not seen, since when the Uchiha clan were massacred last year by the clan's prodigy Uchiha Itachi. He also knew that once the truth of Naruto heritage also came out, there would also be a great division in the village, mainly between the younger and older generation. As the Sandaime left the room, he could not help but hope that wherever Naruto was, he was happier and safer than he was in Konoha. With Naruto currently standing on the catwalk of the Empire-class battleship, Naruto was looking out into the distant coast of the Fire Nation. Naruto was kind of nervous and excited at the same time at seeing the Fire Nation and at seeing his new home, as well as meeting his new family. For the past several weeks, his new adopted father Iroh had been teaching him as much as he could about the Fire Nation, such as history, culture, traditions, and food. Naruto also had to learn to write again and how to show proper respect to other people, as Iroh had explained him how important it was, since if you disrespect someone, there would be harsh consequences. The learning was a bit dull for Naruto, but fortunately, though, Iroh was a patient and good teacher and helped keep Naruto interested. Also, during his free time, Naruto would play with either Iroh or some of the crew members, or even play a few harmless pranks, which often helped to brighten up the ship up and help lighten the serious moods that the crew would normally have. Iroh also began to teach Naruto how to play Pai Sho. At first, Naruto showed no interest in it, but Iroh made it interesting by placing little bets like if Naruto won, he gets some candy, or dare Iroh to do something funny. Naruto, of course, wasn't very good at first, but was slowly getting better at it and growing in confidence in it as well, where Iroh would sometimes let Naruto win, so to keep Naruto interested. Currently, Naruto was wearing a tradition clothing worn by a child in the Fire Nation, one which had been given to Naruto to wear by Iroh after he had some of the crew make some new clothing for Naruto to wear. As Naruto gazed at the mainland of the Fire Nation, which was becoming bigger as they grew closer, he suddenly felt a hand land on his shoulder. When he looked up, he saw his new adopted father smiling kindly and warmly at him. "So, Naruto, are you excited at finally getting to see the Fire Nation?" asked Iroh. "Yeah, I am, as well as kind of nervous," replied Naruto. "And why is that?" "Well, what if they don't like me? And what if they hate me like they did back at Konoha? What if?" said Naruto worriedly, before he was stopped by Iroh, who held up his hand, telling him to stop. "There's no need to worry, Naruto, as you my son now, and the people will not harm you, and I'm certain you will be happy here and make many friends there. I even have a young nephew there named Zuko, who just 2 years older than you, as well as a young niece named Azula, who is the same age as you. Hence, I'm certain you three will get along fine, and their friends can become your friends," said Iroh, reassuring Naruto of his fears. At this, Naruto calmed down a bit, where he was looking forward to meeting his new cousins and hoped they would get along, as he didn't really have any friends back at Konoha. After a while, the Iroha's command ship docked at the port near the Fire Nation capital. Whereas Iroh, Naruto, and his party disembarked the ship, they were met by members of the royal procession. "General Iroh, sir, we have been ordered by Fire Lord Ozai to escort you to the palace, as he wishes to speak to you," spoke an Imperial Firebender. "Fire Lord Ozai," spoke Iroh in surprise, where the Imperial Firebender just nodded in confirmation. "What happened to my father then?" "Sadly, you father Fire Lord Azulin passed away several weeks ago during the night, but before he died, he declared Fire Lord Ozai to succeed him," replied the Imperial Firebender. At this, Iroh was slightly saddened, for although he and his father were never close, nor did they really talk much, that didn't involve military successes and defeats, as Azulin wasn't much of a father, but even still he was still his father, hence a small part of him did care for him. "Very well then, led the way," spoke Iroh, where he then took Naruto by the hand and led him to a palanquin that was waiting for them and take them to the palace. When the Imperial Firebender saw Naruto, the captain was about to ask, "Who is Naruto?" But Iroh simply replied that Naruto was with him, where the captain just nodded, after which Iroh and Naruto got in the palanquin, upon which the servants then lifted them up and the guards surrounded them and then carried them to the palace. As they rode on the palanquin, Naruto looked out the curtains to see the harbor city and watch the people and look at the different things he saw in the city. He found it fun to be allowed to ride the palanquin, as he had seen important lords who came into Konoha ride on them several times, and this was his first time riding on one. Although he still much preferred walking, as it was quicker, and in his opinion, riding on the palanquin made him feel and look lazy. After about 2 hours of traveling on the palanquin and through the harbor city, Royal Plaza the zag path that lead up to the capital crater and through the Royal Caldera city itself, they finally arrived at the palace. When Naruto finally saw the palace, he could not but be in awe of it, as he had never seen anything so big in his entire life. The palace itself was easily 3 or 4 times the size of the Hokage mansion, if not more. Once the palanquin was placed on the ground, both Naruto and Iroh disembarked, where they were then escorted by the royal procession into the palace, where they walked through the large courtyard and through the large hallways of the palace. Finally, though, they arrived at giant double doors that lead to the throne room of the Fire Lord, where 2 other Imperial Firebenders stood on either side of it, guarding the entrance to the throne room, where when they saw Iroh, Naruto, and the royal procession coming, they began to push the doors open, where Iroh and Naruto entered the throne room, upon which the doors then closed, while the royal procession stayed outside. The throne room was extremely large, where it had many black pillars with elaborate gold bases that supported the roof, and had black tiled floors. As Naruto looked ahead, he saw Fire Lord Ozai sitting on an ornate covered throne on a higher platform, which was surrounded by fire and made him extremely intimidating, as well as made Naruto slightly scared of him. He could also see a bas-relief image of a dragon breathing fire behind the Fire Lord. As they walked up, Naruto could feel the Fire Lord's eye on him, but kept his eyes low as his adoptive father Iroh had explained to Naruto. He was not to stare up at the Fire Lord unless spoken to, and was to remain quiet at all times, which Naruto didn't find hard as he was kind scared of him right now. Once Naruto and Iroh sat down on their knees in front of Fire Lord Ozai, the Fire Lord suddenly spoke up. "So, General Iroh, you have returned from your disgraceful failure at Ba Sing Se," said Ozai with a slight sneer, as he mocked his brother over his defeat. At this, Naruto grew angry at the Fire Lord's insult to his adopted father, but he remained calm and did nothing, as Iroh told him to expect such remarks from people, where if he were to react to them, he could get into trouble for it. Iroh, of course, was not affected in the least by his younger brother's remark on his defeat at Ba Sing Se. "Yes, I have Fire Lord," replied Iroh respectfully while holding a neutral expression. Ozai, of course, frowned slightly at seeing how his elder brother remained unaffected by his remark, but then decided to continue on. "I had expected you to return sooner with your forces. What was it that delayed you so?" Unfortunately, my fleet had been caught in a large storm, where we were blown off course and many of my ships had suffered damage, and we had to make port in a foreign land to make repairs that took some time, answered Iroh. Upon hearing this, Ozai became interested, where he had Iroh tell him about it. As he listened to Iroh's story, he became interested in the far-off foreign land that he had never heard of. He even became slightly insulted that there was a country which had a similar name as his own, as in his own mind there could only be one Fire Nation. After which he then began to question Iroh more on the elemental continent. He also became interested in the shinobi along with their jutsu, where they could use more than one element along with other things. He also became very interested in their bloodlines and their abilities. After an hour or so of questioning, Ozai then ordered Iroh to write up a full report on everything he learned about the elemental continent and to hand it in by next week, after which he then turned and looked at Naruto with a narrowing gaze. "So who is this? Is he some servant that you brought from this elemental continent?" asked Ozai. "This is Naruto, and know he not my servant. I have adopted him as my son," replied Iroh, and placed his hand gently on Naruto's shoulder, who then looked up at the Fire Lord and then bowed down respectfully to Ozai, just as his adopted father had told him to do earlier. "It is an honor to meet you, Fire Lord Ozai." At this, Ozai narrowed his eyes and then turned to Iroh. "Did you honestly think that if you adopted this lowly commoner for a foreign land that you'd be allowed to still become Fire Lord when your real son was killed?" spoke Ozai. Naruto lowered his head as if in shame at how he wasn't Iroh actually son and never could be. But Iroh, of course, put a reassuring hand on Naruto's shoulder and then looked up at his brother. "I had no such thought when I adopted Naruto, as I adopted Naruto because I generally care for him greatly," replied Iroh, which caused Naruto to smile, as he was happy beyond words to hear how Iroh cared for him. At this, Ozai scoffed. "Regardless of your feelings towards this vagabond, I will not allow you to dirty our noble family by allowing some trash that you picked off the street enter our family." Upon hearing this, Naruto began to become fearful at what would happen, where his fears of being scorned and hated in the Fire Nation, just as he was in Konoha, began to resurface. Fortunately, though, Iroh would not let this happen. "There is no law that prevents me from adopting Naruto, Ozai," spoke Iroh, and referring his brother by his name instead of calling him Fire Lord. At his, Ozai started to grow angry at his brother's defiance, where his anger became apparent as the flames around him began to grow bigger and become fiercer. "I'm the Fire Lord, and my word is law," spoke Ozai angrily, where Naruto began to become fearful at what would happen next, although held his nerve and didn't move. Iroh then narrowed his eyes and then spoke calmly. "If you allow me to adopt Naruto as a member of our family and as my son, then I will not challenge you for the throne." At this, Ozai stood up in fury, where the flames around him exploded with equally fury. "You would dare challenge me, your Fire Lord, and my claim to the throne along with our fathers," will shouted Ozai. At seeing this, Naruto became more afraid at what Ozai would do, but Iroh placed a reassuring hand on Naruto, while still staring at Ozai, telling him that everything would be okay. This, of course, reassured Naruto, where he remained still, after which Iroh then spoke calmly with a calm expression. "It is my right, as I was originally to be next in line." Ozai stared angrily at his older brother, while Iroh stared calmly, yet intensely at Ozai, as the two brothers stared at one another in a battle of wills. Ozai began to think over his options. He knew that Iroh was well in his rights to challenge him in Agni Kai for the throne, especially since he was the elder brother. He also knew that in terms of fire-bending skills, Iroh was the only one that could challenge him and possibly defeat him, not to mention the fact that Iroh had an entire army and armada loyal to him that was just outside the capital. Hence, if he wanted to, Iroh could simply have his army attack the capital and take the throne by force, as the rest of the Fire Nation's armies were fighting in the Earth Kingdom, and the forces stationed at the capital that were loyal to him, Ozai, would stand no chance in defeating Iroh's veteran and experienced army. There was also the fact that despite his disgrace in failing to take Ba Sing Se, Iroh was still a very popular general among the army. Hence, it would be likely that many soldiers stationed at the capital would side and support Iroh if he wished to take the throne by force. But if he let Iroh adopt Naruto, Iroh would not challenge him for the throne. Thereby his position as Fire Lord would be secure, and all it would take would be to let Iroh adopt Naruto into their family. Very well, you can have him, scoffed Ozai as he calmed down and sat back down, as allowing a commoner into the royal family was a small price to pay to secure his throne. He also believed that he could always use Naruto as leverage against his brother, should Iroh ever cause him trouble. At hearing Ozai's response, Iroh smiled, where Naruto remained quiet and kept his head down so that his face could not have been seen. Once the matter over adopting Naruto was settled, Ozai then dismissed Iroh, not even looking at Naruto. Once they left the room, Iroh dismissed the royal procession, telling them that they weren't needed. After which, when they were gone, Iroh then knelt down next to Naruto, as he could tell that there was something wrong with his newly adopted son. Naruto, what's wrong? You're not yourself. At this, Naruto kept his down. If it wasn't for me, you wouldn't have to give up being Fire Lord, spoke Naruto, believing that it was his fault that his adopted father wasn't Fire Lord. Upon hearing his, Iroh lifted up Naruto's chin so that he could see Naruto's face. Naruto, please listen to me. I do not care about being Fire Lord, and I never have. To me, having you with me and being able to adopt you as my son is worth far more to me than ever being Fire Lord. Really, you're not angry at me? Asked Naruto. Really, replied Iroh with a smile, which caused Naruto to smile as well, where he then hugged Iron, who did so in return, after which he then asked Naruto if he wanted him to show him around the palace, which Naruto agreed to. After several hours of walking and touring around the palace, Naruto and Iroh entered the large open garden, where they then came across Iroh's young nephew Zuko, who was alone at the garden pond feeding turtle ducks. Naruto, of course, found them very strange. Even though he had read about them in the books that Iroh had given him to read, it was still strange to see them. Iroh then called out to his nephew, who turned and saw him and Naruto coming towards him. Zuko in turn called out to his uncle, where he went over to him and greeted him and then hugged him, which Iroh did so in return. Once Zuko let go of his uncle, he then turned and looked at Naruto with a curious expression before he then turned back to his uncle. Uncle, who is he? At this, Iroh then knelt down to Zuko. Zuko, I would like you to meet Naruto, who I've adopted and will be your cousin from now on. This, of course, surprised Zuko. Before he held out his hand in friendship toward Naruto and said hello, which Naruto replied hesitantly and took Zuko's hands. Seeing this, of course, brought a smile to Iroh's face, after which he then asked Zuko where his mother was, as he wanted to introduce Naruto to her. When Iroh asked this, a distraught look appeared on Zuko's face, where he then told Iroh that he didn't know, and explained how she disappeared on the same night that Fire Lord Azulon suddenly died. Upon hearing this, Iroh frowned as he knew how much Ursa cared for both Zuko and Azula and would never willingly leave them, and would only do so if she was forced to, hence he knew that something was wrong. Since given the facts of what happened, at how she disappeared on the very night that his father passed away, and how Ozai was then declared the next Fire Lord, without waiting for his return, it which Iron found all too coincidental and decided to investigate into the matter later on. For the next hour or so, Iroh, Naruto, and Zuko talked about Iroh's events in the war, after which Naruto then talked about the elemental continent, or to be more precise, Konoha, where he told Zuko at how different yet similar it was from the other four great nations. Naruto in turn also asked the different things about Fire Nation, especially the animals, as he found the animals here funny looking, but interesting as they looked like a cross between two separate animals from where he comes from, like the turtle ducks look like a cross between an ordinary duck and a turtle. Soon enough, the three were joined by Azula, Mai, and Ty Lee, who had seen Iroh and Naruto sitting and talking with Zuko, and were curious as to who Naruto was and what the three of them were talking about. Welcome back, Uncle, greeted Azula as Shimai, and Ty Lee came up to Iroh and the others. Ah, Azula, my girl, it's so good to see you, greeted Iroh, as he turned to his young niece. Look how much you have grown. You'll certainly become a lovely you girl when you get older, commented Iroh. After which he then noticed Mai and Ty Lee. And these must also your friends Mai and Tai Li who have heard about. Nice to meet you, said Tai Li. It'll repeat me. Uncle, who is this? Questioned Azula as she looked at Naruto. This is Naruto, who is from a foreign land called the Elemental Continent, which is a land far from here, and I have adopted him, and he will be your new cousin. Funny enough, as well Naruto's home country is called Fire Country, replied Iroh. This, of course, caused Azula to raise her eyebrow in curiosity, but before she could ask him Tai, Lee interrupted her. That is so cool. Mai herself also found this interesting, as it was clear that Naruto did come from a far-off land. She had never seen anyone with blonde hair before. Did father approve of this? Asked Azula, as she found it strange that her father would allow a foreign commoner to be a member of their family. Yes, he did, replied Iroh, which surprised Azula, where she then planned on asking her father later on why he allowed this. What are those marking on your face? Asked Mai, as she looked more closely at Naruto's face and saw Naruto whisker-shaped birthmarks and found them strange. They're birthmarks, why? Replied Naruto. Oh, they're just funny looking, that's all, replied Mai. I think they make you look cute, said Tai Li with a smile, which caused Naruto to blush as no one had ever said he looked cute in all his life. For the next few minutes, Iroh talked about the Elemental Continent and how they had several kinds of fighting arts, as they did here. But unlike in the four great nations, they could do more than one elements, and were created out of chakra, as the shinobis of the Elemental Continent could not bend the actually elements like benders could. Not to mention, there was a limit to what they could do, as if they ran out of chakra, they could no longer do jutsu. Upon hearing this, Azula raised her eyebrow in interest at this, and turned to look at Naruto. And can you do any of these techniques that Uncle mentioned? Only the basics, which are taught at the academy, replied Naruto. I can't do any of the elemental ninjutsus that father said. Azula and Zuko, of course, found it strange that a boy they had just met and who had no blood ties to their uncle and calling him father, but they got over it, where Zuko then asked what kind of jutsu he could do. Naruto turned to his adopted father, who nodded, telling him that he could, after which Naruto then stood up on, where he used a henge transformation and made himself into an exact copy of his adopted father Iroh. When the kids saw Naruto turn into an exact replica of Iroh, they were all slack-jawed, as they had never seen anything like this before. Wow, that is so cool, cried Tai Li with excitement. Even Azula, Mai and Zuko were surprised and impressed by that henge. After which Naruto then changed back to normal, where Zuko spoke up, can you change just into people, or can you change into animals as well? I can change into a lot of things like people, animals, or objects, although it's tricky to keep up under long periods of time, and I have to constantly release a flow of chakra while mentally maintaining the form, answered Naruto, as he liked the attention he got from Zuko and the others, as most people would ignore him, while only paying attention to him to laugh at him when he screwed up or when they were going to attack him. What else can you do? Asked Tai Li excitedly. Well, I can also do this, replied Naruto, where he used the Korimi no Jutsu body replacement technique and replaced himself with a stone statue of a dragon nearby. This, of course, shocked the children, although Iroh remained calm as Naruto had shown him all this earlier on their way to the Fire Nation, and he had read all this on some of the scrolls and books about shinobis that he bought in the Elemental Continent. When Naruto disappeared and a stone dragon appeared in the spot he was a moment ago, naturally the kids were once again in shock. Where did he go? Asked a shocked Tai Li as she and the other looked around for Naruto. Looking for me, said Naruto as he appeared from out of the tree trunk, as he used Kakurenmo no Jutsu, cloak of invisibility technique, to blend in with the tree trunk and hide from everyone when they were distracted when he replaced himself with the stone dragon statue. Wow, that's amazing, cried Tai Li, where Zuko and Mai nodded in agreement. Even Azula had to admit that it was impressive, as she had never seen anything like those techniques before. Pretty impressive, but is that all they teach you there? Asked Azula, as she wanted to know as much as possible about Naruto's abilities, along with learn what the people of his land were capable of. That's all the jutsu I know, and although were also trained in hand-to-hand fighting, along with throwing weapons and how to fight with them in close quarters, as well as in speed and agility, answered Naruto. Upon hearing this, my Entai, Lee became interested, while Azula decided to ask something she wanted to know. Is it possible for us to learn the skills that you have? Naruto, of course, expected a question like this, although he hadn't expected from Azula, as he thought her father, Fire Lord Ozai, or some high-ranking general like his adopted father Iroh would ask it. No, you can't, replied Naruto, which caused Azula to narrow her eyes and frown. And why not? Asked an annoyed Azula, as she believed that if a commoner like Naruto could do such things that she couldn't do, as she knew that even these basic abilities that Naruto showed would be highly useful in battle along with gathering information and assassination. It because, for some reason, only people from my land can use them, replied Naruto. And how can you be so sure of that? Asked Azula, not believing Naruto. Because Dad asked me to teach him how to use them as well as some of the crew on the ship we were on, but none of them could do it, answered Naruto. I'm afraid it is true, Azula, replied Iroh, although in reality this was all a lie that he told Naruto to tell anyone that asked if he could teach them his techniques. As Iroh suspected that considering how similar the bending arts and the shinobi arts were with one another, it would be possible for other people outside Naruto's homeland to learn it. But Iroh wanted to make sure that his brother and the military officials in the Fire Nation military to believe that it wasn't possible, as he knew that if Naruto taught these basic skills, then Ozai would take Naruto from him and force him to teach others, not to mention he knew that his brother would then use these skills to further the war in conquering the other nations. Not to mention he would send forces to the elemental continent to conquer it, so to learn more of the shinobi arts and make himself more powerful. This was also why he planned to make sure not to tell Ozai everything in his written report and lie in it in many parts of it, where he would make it seem that he, Iroh, did not know too much about the shinobi world, which was sort of turned, while at the same time making shinobis seem powerful enough that it would be too much trouble to try and conquer them, while also making them seem as well that they were no threat to the Fire Nation. But even still, Iroh knew that it would be only a matter of time before his brother would eventually turn his gaze to the elemental continent, as he knew his brother wouldn't be satisfied unless the whole world was under his control. But it would at least buy some time where at some point something could be done to stop this pointless war and prevent another one from breaking out. After hearing that it was unlikely that she could do any ninjutsu, Azula became annoyed as she didn't like being upstaged by anyone. Hence, she decided to go off practice her fire-bending skills, where Mai and Tai Li followed after her, but not before Tai Li and Mai said goodbye to Iroh, Zuko, and Naruto. Although when Mai said goodbye to Zuko, she blushed a little, which Iroh noticed and smiled, as he also noticed Zuko blush a little as well when she said goodbye to him. Ah, to be young again, chuckled Iroh, which of course confused Naruto, as he didn't get what his adopted father was talking about, as he had seen Zuko and Mai blush a little when they said goodbye to one another, but didn't understand why. What do you mean by that, Dad? Why were Mai and Zuko blushing when they said goodbye to one another? Asked Naruto. Ah, you understand later on, Naruto, with you get a little older and met a special young lady yourself, replied Iroh with a knowing smile. Ah, said Naruto, not getting his adopted father at all, but decided to let it go. After which Iroh suggested that since it was such a nice day, that the three of them leave the palace and go out for a walk into the Caldera City to show Naruto more of the Fire Nation, as well as have a nice meal outside the palace. Both boys, of course, agreed, as Naruto was eager to see more of his new home, the Fire Nation, and more importantly, hopefully find a place where they make ramen, if they hopefully had it. Zuko, on the other, had thought it would be interesting, as he was interested in learning more about Naruto and the land he came from, and although he wouldn't admit it, he did enjoy his uncles and Naruto's company, as other than his mother, he didn't really have any friends to hang around with or someone to talk to. Once it was agreed, the three sent off together, where Naruto, the former pariah of the Konoha, began his new life as a prince of the Fire Nation. And 1. The same kind of outfit that Aang wore when he was in the Fire Nation, including the headband. Well, that another chapter done. Hope you all enjoyed it, and I'd like to hear your opinion of it. The next chapter will involve Naruto interacting more with Azula, Zuko, Ty Lee, and Mai, as well as beginning to learn firebending, as well receiving his white flames along with learning the truth about his past. Also, he will make a new friend. Next, some comments about the last Airbender movie, as it took a while for it to come out in Ireland and only ended in the cinema just over a month ago. As expected, the movie didn't live up to the standards of animated Avatar, although there were a few good points like the giant wave that Aang created and drove back the Fire Nation's navy, but even still it didn't hold a candle to the real Avatar. Here are some of the major problems I had with the movie. 1. Bending. Now, generally bending wasn't all that great. Water bending was about the closest thing that remained true to animated Avatar. Earth and air were disappointing to say the least, as there was way too many unnecessary moves shown in the movie when Aang or the Earthbenders were doing their bending moves, as half the times they were just showing off some unnecessary martial arts moves than general bending. Finally, and the biggest failure in all the bending in the movie was firebending. Since come on, if the firebenders were really that weak, the other nations would have kicked their butt, even with their advanced technology. I also find it hard to believe that the makers of the movie failed so miserably in the bending, given how advanced and realistic movie special effects are today. I was certain they would do a good job in that at least, since look how realistic movies could make the elemental magic in Lord of the Rings, Harry Potter the Sorcerer's Apprentice. 2. Aang escaped Zuko. When Aang first escaped Zuko's ship, he fell into the water, where he first revealed the Avatar state. In my opinion, that was a big mistake to leave out, as that would have made a great scene. Not to mention, it was one of my favorite scenes in the show. 3. Spirit World. Well, to be perfectly honest, I don't think I need to say how disappointing Aang's trips to the Spirit World was, as it didn't remain true at all to the animated show, especially since we didn't have Roku in it at all, or any other spirit other than a dragon. 4. Warriors of Kyoshi. Now I can understand why they had to leave certain things out. But the Warriors of Kyoshi I can never understand, as they are important characters, especially given Suki and Sokka's relationship. To be perfectly honest, they could have easily ignored the Earthbenders' breakout from their concentration camp and used that time for the Warriors of Kyoshi. 5. The Ocean Spirit. Another big letdown was the Ocean Spirit. Now come on, that scene was the best scene in the whole season, where Aang and the Ocean Spirit literally destroyed the invading Fire Nation single-handedly. Now I admit the giant wave thing was good, but still it didn't compare to how it was done in the animated, not to mention the Ocean Spirit getting its own back on Zhao. 6. Also, as well, whose fucking idea was it to have Shyamalan do The Last Airbender? Come on, the guy doesn't exactly have a great reputation for making films with the exception of Sixth Sense and perhaps Unbreakable and Signs, but all the other films he's done have been a load of crap. I can think about a dozen or so good decent directors that could have done a far better job than him. Hell, everyone calls the guy a one-trick pony, which is sort of true, as he hasn't done a good film in ages, God. I can only pray that they wise up and get someone better and do a better job in the next one, although something tells me that my praise would be in vain. Overall, with a few good points, the movie itself was a generally let down, where the movie world yet again ruined another good thing, where they could never live up to or compare to the original. Just like with what they did when they made the Dragon Ball anime, Harry Potter books, and the Aragon book into movies, with the expect tie-on of Lord of the Rings, Narina, and Transformers, as they did superb jobs on them. Another thing to note is that flames are not welcome here, as I force no one to read my stories, and if you don't like them, then don't read them. Also, please note that all flames will be ignored or the flammers will be flamed back. Now, as I stated in my previous chapters, know that my grammar and spelling can be a problem for some people, I'm sorry. But I'm doing the best I can with what I got. Please read and review, as I like to hear all your opinions on the chapter or the story in general. Please note that I will answer all your reviews, as I believe that authors should reply to their reviewers. Also note that any suggestions for the story are welcome and will be listened to, and I will tell you what I think of them. Chapter 3. Whitefire. Thinking. The story itself was adopted by me, although the idea belonged to Weasley Rule, as he was the one that thought of it, with a few changes from me, but was still kind enough to let me give it a try at the story. Also, as some people have been asking, I have created a link for an avatar map, so all you have to do is go to my profile page to find it. I do not own Naruto or Avatar whatsoever or any of the characters. The only character I own are my OCs. The Palace of the Royal Family of the Fire Nation. Currently sleeping in a large silk bed. In a large room in the Palace of the Royal Family of the Fire Nation was Naruto, where when the early morning sun shone through the open balcony of his bedroom, the rays of the sun hit Naruto's closed eyes, where he then slowly woke up. Once Naruto woke up, he sat up, revealing his crimson royal red bed robes that all members of the royal family wore when going to bed. After waking up, he let out a large yaw and then looked out the open balcony doorway and saw the sun rise over the royal Caldera city. As he looked out, he saw the clear, bright morning sky and could tell that it was going to be a beautiful day. After looking out to the city, Naruto heard the large double doors open to his bedroom that were directly in front of his bed, where when he turned to look, he saw a young girl entering his bedroom. The girl in question was Naruto's personal servant, who had been assigned to Naruto after he was officially adopted by Iroh and was made a member of the royal family. Normally, a member of the royal family would be assigned up to 4 or 5 servants, but Ozian stated that, since Naruto was not born of royal status, he would only be assigned one. This, of course, did not matter to Naruto, as he didn't really care, as he could have easily have done just as well without a servant. The girl in question was an 18-year-old girl named Min. She was medium height and had a slim figure with an attractive enough face, and she had dark brown hair that was tied up in a bun and had light gray eyes and wore standard clothes of servants of the royal court. Min's family had served the royal family for over 5 generations, which was considered a great honor by most people. Her mother was one of the royal cooks of the royal kitchen staff. Her father was the head servant to the Fire Lord's personal staff of servants, and her younger sister was one of the cleaners of the palace. When Naruto first met Min, she treated him kindly enough and helped him get new clothes to wear when he went out, as well as showed him other parts of the palace that Naruto didn't know about so that he wouldn't get lost, as well as how to call for her or other servants when he needed something. When he was introduced to Min, she of course bowed on her knees respectfully, like to most members of the royal family, and called him Prince Naruto or Your Highness. When Naruto tried to get her to just call him Naruto, the young teenage girl was of course horrified at the idea. It was only till later that Iroh explained to Naruto that servants were not allowed to address a member of the royal family in such a familiar manner, where if they did, they would be severely punished for it. After learning of this, Naruto of course apologized to Min and explained to her that he didn't know. Eventually, though, he was able to convince Min to call him Naruto whenever they were alone and nobody could hear them, but would refer to him as Prince Naruto or His Highness when in front of others. For the past 6 months since he arrived in the Fire Nation, things had not been entirely easy for Naruto, which wasn't a surprise since he had known that things would not be easy for him. After he was officially adopted as Iroh's son, he was introduced to many of the different noble families who lived in the royal Caldera city, and although there were those among the nobles that generally treated Naruto kindly and respectfully, there were many who did not. For although all the nobles he met treated him respects, he soon learned that many of the noble and more traditional families did not like him, since many of them believed that a foreign commoner did not deserve to be elevated to a prince of the Fire Nation, while others were simply jealous of Naruto becoming a member of the royal family. Naruto also later on learned that some of the other families that were friendly with him were only doing so to try and elevate their status in the social hierarchy of the Fire Nation. Naruto also had a hard time trying to learn all the main events of the Fire Nation's history, as well as all the other traditions that Iroh had yet to teach him, since Iroh knew how easy people could use or mock Naruto due to his lack of knowledge of these things. But as hard as all these things were on Naruto, none were harder than his meetings with his new adopted uncle, Fire Lord Ozai, who made it his own personal mission to belittle, insult, and mock both Iroh and Naruto whenever he got a chance, especially in front of other people. Although Iroh and Naruto were both able to ignore or laugh away such remarks by Ozai, some of the things that Ozai had said did indeed hurt Naruto, where Iroh would later have to talk to Naruto and assure him that the things that Ozai said were untrue. But despite all these things, there were some good things that happened to Naruto. One such things were that in the Fire Nation, he actually had friends. These friends were his new cousin Zuko, Ty Lee, and Mai. Throughout the 6 months since he arrived, Naruto had often talked or played with one of his new friends. Although most of the time he would hang out with Zuko, since both boys didn't really have any friends before they met one another, while Mai and Ty Lee usually hung with Azula. Although Zuko and Naruto had several different qualities, where Zuko could be domineering, controlling, and strict, a result of being raised as Fire Nation royalty, and disdained the idea of doing things with people that he believed are inferior to him. While Naruto was more passive, easygoing, and enjoyed cutting loose and having fun, much like his adopted father in certain ways, and also didn't mind doing menial work for himself or with the servants. Both boys shared many common traits and in some ways history with one another, despite their differences. Both Zuko and Naruto didn't have great childhoods, where Naruto was hated and attacked by his former homeland, while Zuko was treated with disdain and in some ways disgust by his father, since he was not a natural prodigy like his sister Azula and often made mistakes. Both boys also shared a common thirst to prove themselves and to be acknowledged by others, where when in Konoha, Naruto had wanted to become Hokage so that people would acknowledge him. But after becoming a member of the royal family of the Fire Nation, his thirst for acknowledgement had changed slightly, where although he was acknowledged by others, it was not for the reasons he wanted. Since Naruto knew that most people only acknowledge him because he was adopted by Iroh, which was why he still wanted to be acknowledged by others, as he did not want to be known as the lowly commoner, who was lucky enough to be adopted by the famed dragon of the West. Naruto wanted people to acknowledge him for himself and to step out from the great shadow that his adopted father placed over him. Not that Naruto is ashamed or ungrateful to Iroh. He just wants to stand on his own 2 feet and be acknowledged as someone other than Iroh's adopted son. Like Naruto, Zuko also wanted to be acknowledged, but by his father and win his love and prove himself worthy of him. Naruto and Zuko also both shared a strong determination to prove themselves, which they used to struggle past their own personal troubles and to never give up on to reach their own individual goals. The two boys even shared a strong belief in refusing to view people as expendable or worthless, and that it was the duty of the royal family that to protect and serve the people of their nation. Both boys even supported one another, where whenever Zuko was ignored by his father for Azula or made a mistake that angered his Ozai, Naruto would cheer Zuko up with some jokes or give him pep talk. In return, Zuko would stand up for Naruto whenever someone made a snide remark about him or encourage Naruto whenever he trained to try and use firebending, since despite his great efforts in the past few months, Naruto had shown no talent in being able to use firebending. Naruto also has good relationships with Ty Lee and Mai, where Naruto and Ty Lee found they had a lot in common with one another, where Ty Lee was goofy and liked to have fun, much like Naruto. Both often even used their own natural agility and acrobatically skills to have races or competition with one another, where they jumped and ran through the large gardens of the palace and the trees in them, as well as onto the rooftops of the palaces. The two of them even trained to improve their hand-to-hand fighting styles, where both improved greatly from training with one another, where Naruto could even hold his own for a while against Ty Lee. Mai, on the other hand, was a little difficult to befriend, as she was emotional distance from most people and would often be found alone and stay silent. Naruto, of course, tried to make friends with Mai, but each time was turned away by her. It was only until he came across her by accident throwing some small knives at a wall that he was able to make some progress at becoming friends with her. When he came across her and saw her throw her knives at the wall, Naruto made another attempt to talk to her. At first, Mai ignored him, but Naruto was persistent and then challenged her to a knife-throwing contest. Naturally, at being challenged at it, Mai became interested, were the two of them in a contest to find out who was the better shot. Naturally, of course, Mai won. But Naruto achieved his goal, where Mai offered to give him some pointers in throwing and offered to give him a rematch if he was interested. Naruto, of course, accepted, where the two of them would practice their throwing skills 4 times a week together, where both of them greatly improved their aiming and throwing skills and had fun doing it. But even becoming friends with Zuko, Mai and Ty Lee, Naruto did not get on well his other cousin Azula. Naturally, Naruto tried to become friends with Azula, and at first it seemed they were becoming friends. That was until Naruto accidentally overheard Azula talking with Ty Lee and Mai at how she didn't even like him and how she planned to use his skills to do things she wanted. When Naruto learned this, he naturally angry and upset by what Azula said. Hence, after learning this, Naruto decided to unleash his anger at Azula with a series of pranks. These pranks involve things like filling balloons with water and dropping them from the roof down at Azula when she was walking outside. Others also involved where Naruto put red dye in her bubble bath so that when she stepped out her bath and looked at herself in the mirror, she saw her skin turn completely red. Another prank was where Naruto found some mayapple plants on one of his walks with his adopted father outside the capital and took some. Since from his walks, Naruto learned a lot of things about plants from his father, although he often had to double-check some of the things his dad told him, as Iroh often mixed the plants up with others. When Naruto came across the mayapple plants, Iroh told him that when grinded up and given in small amounts, it can cause a person severe diarrhea. Naturally, Naruto secretly took some of the plant's leaves, grinded them up, and sprinkled some of them on Azula's food without her knowing, where for several days, Azula spent most of her time in the bathroom unable to leave it. Yet despite all these pranks and knowing that Naruto was the cause, neither she nor anyone else could ever prove that Naruto was behind them, hence he could never be punished. Knowing that she couldn't have Naruto punished, nor could she intimidate him, since Naruto was the only person, with the exception of her father and Iroh, that wasn't scared of her in some way. Azula struck back at Naruto by teasing him and making side remarks at him in front of others, knowing he couldn't strike back. She also made it a point to make fun of Naruto's lack of skill of being able to do firebending, saying it proved he wasn't a true member of the royal family, since he couldn't firebend. She even made sure to show her own skill in firebending in front of Naruto, in the hope of showing how inferior he was to her. She also even made sure to limit Naruto's time with Mai and Ty Lee, where the girls could only spend a limited time with Naruto and in secret. This of course hurt Naruto, since he knew what Azula was doing, as he knew that both Ty Lee and Mai were only friends with Azula because they were afraid of her and what she might do to them, although Ty Lee made general believe that Azula was her friend. But even despite all this bad things, Naruto found his life in the Fire Nation much better than his life in Konoha, especially when he was with his adopted father Iroh, who he was already forming a close bond with. Over the 6 months in the Fire Nation, Naruto spent a lot of time with his new father, where they played Pai Sho, where Naruto was slowly improving. Iroh even encouraged Naruto to play an instrument, where he got Naruto to start learning to play the flute. He even started to teach Naruto how to make tea, where Naruto was slowly but steadily improving, but still nowhere near as good as his father, at least not yet. Also during the 6 months since he arrived in the Fire Nation, Iroh attempted to teach Naruto to firebend, but sadly had showed little to no talent in being able to firebend, much to the young boy's disappointment. But thankfully Iroh encouraged Naruto, saying that there was still hope and that they would keep trying. When Min entered the room, she quickly bowed to Naruto in respect. "Good morning, Prince Naruto. I hope you slept well?" "Yeah, I did. Thanks," replied Naruto, as he then got out of bed and stretched, where he then headed to the bathroom to wash up. Whereas he did, Min began to make his bed and then lay out fresh clothes for Naruto to wear for the day. After which he then left the room to give Naruto some privacy to change, once he left the bathroom and to get his breakfast. After a while, Naruto came out of his private bathroom, cleaned and washed, where he then went over to his bed where Min had left his clothes. 1. When Naruto had just finished changing, there was a knock on his door, where after saying "Enter," Min appeared again with a breakfast tray with a bowl of egg fried rice, freshly squeezed juice, bread and fruit on it. Min then left the tray on a small table, where Naruto could enjoy his breakfast. Seeing this, Naruto thanked Min before she left the room and told her to thank her mother as well for cooking breakfast. Min of course nodded and told Naruto she would. Naruto, of course, fairly popular among the servants of the royal palace, as like them Naruto was not born of royal blood, but yet was a member of the royal family. He treated the servants with respect and did not talk down to them like most nobles or high-ranked officials. He even often helped the servants who had difficulties with certain tasks they were assigned, like when a young servant boy was carrying a heavy load of laundry and had trouble carrying it all to the washroom. When Naruto saw this, he naturally went over, had helped the boy, and brought some of the load to the washroom. Naruto even defends certain servants when they were wrongfully accused of something or were simply insulted by certain nobles or high-rank officials. This, of course, did not win him many points with the higher class, but won him a lot of support in the servant class. Naruto got on especially well with Min Mother, as she was the only cook in the entire royal palace that could a decent bowl of ramen, which was nearly as good as Ichiraka ramen, which he ate back in Konoha nearly every day. As Naruto finished his egg fried rice, he took the tray and carried it out to the balcony and put the tray on the large stone balustrade that kept him from falling off the balcony. Naruto then took the bowl of fruit and placed it on a large, thick branch of a large tree that grew next to the balcony. On the tree was a miniature little house the size of a large dollhouse. Once Naruto placed the bowl of fruit on the thick branch in front of the small house, he cried out, "Breakfast time!" Where when he did, a small little monkey with a small red and white robe around its neck immediately came out and raced towards the bowl. 2. When Naruto saw the monkey, he smiled kindly at his little friend and gentle patted the little monkey on the head. "Hey, Xiaozi 3, how are you today?" Where the little monkey then cried, "Eek," and smiled up at Naruto before it then took a large grape from the bowl and took a bite out of it. Seeing this, Naruto couldn't help but smile, where he patted his little friend gently on the head. Naruto had gotten Xiaozi 2 months after his arrival in the Fire Nation. He had found Xiaozi at an animal stand when he was walking through Harbor City with his father. As they walked through the city, Naruto had noticed the animal stand out of the corner of his eyes. When he went to look over, he saw Xiaozi sitting in his cage, looking unwell, as if it had given up on living. Seeing the poor thing, Naruto could not help but pity him, where he asked his father to buy it for him. At first, Iroh was unsure at buying the little monkey, but after seeing the concerned look on his son's face and at seeing the condition of the little monkey, he too took pity on it and decided to buy the little monkey. When the salesman heard that Iroh and Naruto wanted to buy Xiaozi, he tried to convince them that another one of his animals would be better, as he believed that Xiaozi would not live much longer. But Iroh insisted that he would only take Xiaozi, where the salesman soon agreed. After buying Xiaozi, Naruto and Iroh quickly took him back to the palace, where they nursed him back to health, but once the little monkey was well enough, kept trying to running away from both Naruto and Iroh, showing that he was afraid of them and that he had a bad experience with other humans. Eventually, though, after many weeks, Naruto gained Xiaozi's trust, after which Iroh suggested Xiaozi's name, where when the little monkey heard it, he immediately liked it. After Xiaozi became his official new friend, Naruto began to take Xiaozi everywhere he went, where it became a common sight to see Xiaozi on Naruto's shoulder, and if Xiaozi was on his own, everyone knew that Naruto was somewhere nearby. After gaining Xiaozi's trust, Naruto found that Xiaozi was quite an intelligent monkey, where he was able to understand much of what Naruto was saying and able to do things for himself. Later on, Naruto then introduced him to his other friends. Zuko, of course, found the sight of Naruto having a monkey suited his new cousin perfectly. Consider the amount of mischief he get up to from time to time. Most of the time, Zuko did not pay too much heed to Xiaozi, but there were some times where Zuko was acutely quite kind to Xiaozi, where he pet him on the head now and again, and would even give him some piece of food now and again. Zuko even admitted once or twice that he found Xiaozi kind of cute. Mai, of course, didn't pay much heed to Xiaozi either, although eventually, like Naruto, the little monkey wormed his way through my thick outer shell, where Xiaozi would do little tricks that Naruto taught him in front of Mai, which would actually make her smile a little. This, of course, then made Xiaozi the one of only 3 people that could make Mai smile, the others being Naruto and Zuko. Ty Lee, of course, adored Xiaozi, where when she first saw him, she let out high-pitched squeal and then grabbed hold of Xiao Zi and proceeded to nearly squeeze the poor little monkey to death because of how cut he was. Eventually, though, Naruto got Tai Li to calm down, thereby saving his little friend's life, after which he and Xiao Zi would practice doing little acrobatic tricks, which Tai Li loved to watch and join in. Despite the uncomfortable first experience, Tai Li also quickly became Xiao Zi's favorite person, second only to Naruto, due to the amount of attention that she would give him and how she would spoil him with sweet berries that she would bring. The three of them would also have fun having little races as they jumped through the trees in and around the palace, where Xiao Zi would normally win due to his small size, where he could running much faster and take shortcuts that Tai Li and Naruto couldn't. Iroh also got on quite well with Xiao Zi, where the little monkey would often come to Iroh for treats or play with him when he could not with Naruto. The only real people that Xiao Zi didn't get on with were Azula and Ozai, where both of them scared the little monkey, where whenever either or both of them were nearby, Xiao Zi would hide inside Naruto's shirt until they were gone. The reason why Xiao Zi was so scared of them both was because Ozai had a natural, cruel, cold aura around him, which Naruto could attest to, as by even looking at him for the first time, anyone could tell that the man was about as friendly as two-headed rat viper. Azula, on the other hand, called Xiao Zi an overgrown rat, where she tried to use him as target practice for her firebending. Thankfully, though, Naruto was able to save Xiao Zi when she tried to do this, and Xiao Zi got his own back on Azula, where he snuck in her room and sprinkled inching powder on the inside of her clothes, where Azul spent most of the morning scratching herself until she finally changed her clothes and washed herself. But even after this, the poor little monkey was still very much afraid of Azula, especially when she looked directly at him. Once both Naruto and Xiao Zi had finished their breakfast, Min knocked on the door again and entered the room to collect Naruto dishes, after which she then told Naruto that she had a message from his father, saying that he would meet Naruto in the courtyards, upon which they would then head for their private training ground in the forest outside the capital, where they trained on Naruto firebending skills. Naruto, of course, nodded in understanding and thanked Min before she left with the dishes, after which Naruto then called Xiao Zi over towards him, who quickly jumped off his branch and ran to his master, and climbed up onto his shoulder and sat on it. When Naruto left his room, he was soon joined by two Imperial firebenders, who were his personal bodyguards when he planned to leave the capital. Normal, when a member of the royal family left the palace or the capital, they would have a dozen or so Imperial firebenders. But since Naruto wasn't a true member of the royal family, Ozai decided to give Naruto only two. This, of course, actually suited Naruto, as he didn't like the idea of having a dozen of armored guys around him at all times. An added bonus was that his father Iroh had been able to arrange so that the guards were former guards that had protected him during his time in the war. Hence, Iroh knew that he could trust the men to protect Naruto, as well as make sure that Ozai hadn't placed men that were loyal to him, who would spy on him, Iroh, and Naruto. Naruto, of course, became quite friendly with both his guards, Hu and Zhang. Both men were middle-aged, who had severed his father Iroh through the war loyally and held him in the utmost respect. Both men were also highly skilled firebenders, who had fought in many battles alongside Iroh. The two men were, of course, very polite to Naruto and became quite friendly with the young blonde during the 6 months since he came to the Fire Nation. Naruto, of course, enjoyed both his guards' company, where he found that Zhang to be quite funny, where he would tell a lot of good jokes and even encourage Naruto when he felt down after doing badly in his firebending training, which was all the time. Who, on the other hand, was quite a serious man, where he had fought many fierce battles against the Earth Kingdom, where he had a large scar that went down his left eye. Yet despite his somewhat frightening appearance, he general respectful and friendly men, who, like Iroh, was very wise, due to his many years on the battlefield. Naruto, of course, enjoyed listening to some of Hu's war stories, where he often hoped that one day he would become a great firebender just like his adopted father. After a few minutes, Naruto and his two guards arrived to meet Iroh and his guards in the courtyard, where after greeting them the company, they headed out of the palace and walked out the capital and into the large forestry outside the capital, where they went to a large clearing where Iroh and Naruto did their training. The guards, of course, kept guard a distance away from the clearing so that Iroh and Naruto could train in private, while at the same time making sure that no one could spy on Iroh and Naruto. After entering their training clearing area, Iroh then lit a small fire and then took out a small kettle and some teacups and a small bag of tea ingredients and began to make some tea. Seeing this, Naruto began to get confused, since he had expected to do some training similar to what they had done the past few months. Dad, what are you doing? I thought we were doing some training today. We don't usually have tea till afternoon or evening, spoke Naruto. Tea can be had at any time, Naruto. That's the wonderful thing about it, and it can help calm the mind and focus it, which is what we're trying to do today. As if we help calm your mind and focus it, I believe it can help with your fire bending, spoke Iroh. But what if I simple can't bend? What if I'm just talentless like Azula and everyone back at Konoha used to say to me? What if you're just wasting your time with me? Asked Naruto, as after many years of being but down by people, he could not help but have a low opinion of himself from time to time, especially when he was doing badly at something. Nonsense, Naruto. You've talent deep inside of you, as no one is born without talent, said Iroh with a reassuring smile, which cheered Naruto up. After a few minutes, Iroh had finished making jasmine tea, which was to help calm Naruto's mind. After Naruto had finished drinking his tea, along with Xiao Zi, who had a little sip of tea with his master, he then positioned himself into a meditation position, which Iroh had taught him. Meditation, of course, had been hard for Naruto to do, but thankfully Iroh was a patient man and teacher, where eventually he taught Naruto how to calm his mind and focus it. He found it especially helpful when training Naruto to do this by having him drink something calming like jasmine tea. Once Naruto fell into his meditation position, he began to focus his mind. For the first few minutes, not much happened for Naruto, but eventually something did happen. Enter Naruto's mindscape. As Naruto was meditating, he suddenly found himself in a large, dark tunnel, filled up to his ankles in water. "Where the hell am I?" asked Naruto out loud, as he looked around the dark tunnel. Knowing he wouldn't get any answers by just standing around, Naruto started to walk forward to see where the tunnel ended. After a few minutes, Naruto reached the end of the tunnel, where he entered a large room with a massive cage at the other end of the room, with a large paper seal in front of it, acting like a lock between the two cage doors. Deciding to investigate further, Naruto walked towards the cage, where once he was only a few feet from the cage. He suddenly stopped as he saw a pair of massive, glowing red eyes open wide, followed by a massive mouth with razor-sharp teeth. It was then that Naruto realized who the creature was, due to seeing pictures of it from books he read when he was in the academy. "Kyuubi," muttered Naruto in a soft whisper of surprise, as he had always been told that the Yondaime Hokage had killed the Kyuubi. "So my tenant has finally graced me with his presence," spoke the Kyuubi in a dark, menacing voice, which would have made many brave men shudder in fear. But Naruto showed no such thing and just stared at the Kyuubi. Impressive, you've some courage, as you don't seem afraid of me. But then again, I would nothing less from that man, son," spoke the Kyuubi in amusement when he saw that Naruto was unafraid of him. "Where am I? How are you alive? As the Yondaime Hokage was said to have killed you years ago? And what do you mean by his son? Do you mean that you know who my birth father is?" demanded Naruto, as he stared at the Kyuubi, as he clearly knew things that he wanted to know. So you don't know, do you?" asked the Kyuubi in amusement, as he found the fact Naruto didn't even know who his parents were. "Tell me," demanded Naruto, as he wanted answers. "Fine, since I find you so amusing," answered Kyuubi, as he smirked slightly at Naruto, staring at him angrily. "We're currently inside a seal that was placed on you by your wretched father, the Yondaime Hokage, as despite what you've been told, he didn't kill me, as I cannot be killed. The Yondaime Hokage could only seal me away, where when you were born, he sealed me into you." At hearing this, Naruto's eyes widened in shock. "The Yondaime Hokage is my father and sealed you into me when I was born," said Naruto in shock, where the Kyuubi just nodded. When Naruto heard this, everything in his life in Konoha suddenly made sense. The fact that everyone in Konoha hated him, the fact that everyone called him demon or monster, it now made perfect sense. To them, Naruto was representation of the demon that nearly destroyed Konoha and killed so many of their loved ones. Realizing this, Naruto could not help but feel angry at what his father had helped do him, as he was the one who placed the Kyuubi into him and subjected him to 9 years of hell. But whether he knew what would happen to him or not did not matter to Naruto, for as far as he was concerned, Iroh was his father, who had taken him in and cared for him like his own son, while the Yondaime was nothing more than a stranger who had placed a demon into him when he was born. Indeed, and he was the one who placed me into you, and your mother was also the pervious host to me before you. Wait, my mother was also just like me, and had you placed into her, spoke Naruto correct, where the Kyuubi just nodded again. But why? Because your village wanted to use my power to keep them strong, and the only way to do that was to place me into a human like you and have you use my immense power for their benefit. At hearing this, Naruto became angry at how both he and his mother were both used by Konoha so to keep it strong, while at the same time the village treated him like the plague and made his life hell for something that wasn't his fault. But if you were sealed into my mother, why are you in me? Asked Naruto, as if what the Kyuubi said was true, then the Kyuubi should have been his mother or at least died with her. Because on the day you were born, a man wearing a orang mask kidnapped your mother after she gave birth to you. Since the man knew that when a female Jinchuriki gives birth, the seal of their demon weakens, allowing said demon, like myself, to break free, spoke the Kyuubi. After he kidnapped your mother, he used his powers to free me and to place me under his control and had me attack your former village in the hopes of destroying it. But in the end, your father, the Yondaime Hokage, freed me of the man's control and then later stopped me by sealing me into you. And what happened to my parents? Asked Naruto. I killed them, replied Kyuubi. You what? Cried Naruto in shock. I killed them. Although, to be honest, they were already dying, as the technique that your father used cost him his life, and your mother was slowly dying. Since the process of extracting any Biju like myself from their host is so painful that they will die from it, answered the Kyuubi without the slightest bit of remorse for what he had done. At hearing all this, Naruto glared at the Kyuubi with every ounce of hate he could muster in himself and aim it at the cube. For not only was this creature that was one of the reasons why he had such a miserable life, but it was also the being that killed both his parents and had left him an orphan. After a few minutes at glaring at the Kyuubi, Naruto took several deep breaths to calm himself down, just as his adopted father Iroh had taught him. Upon when he then looked directly at the Kyuubi and spoke again. Who was the masked man that freed you? Asked Naruto, since as far he was concerned that man was the main cause of all his suffering, as it was he who had freed the Kyuubi and had basically killed his mother. His name is Uchiha Madara, replied the Kyuubi. Uchiha, thought Naruto, as he remembered the name of the famed clan of Konoha, as one of his former classmates, Sasuke, was a member of the clan, but before Naruto could think more on the matter, the Kyuubi continued to speak. He was the co-founder of your former village and was the former rival of your Shodai Hokage, who he fought and lost to later on. So why are you telling me all this, as I doubt you're doing it out of the goodness of your heart, nor do I think that you're just doing because you like talking to me, spoke Naruto. At this, the Kyuubi smirked again in amusement. Maybe you aren't as stupid as you look, commented the Kyuubi, causing Naruto to glare angrily at him. The reason that I'm telling you all this is because I'm going to give you a special gift. At hearing this, Naruto narrowed his eyes. I don't want any gifts from you. Not after everything you did to me, he said angrily. Are you sure you don't want what I have to offer? Especially since I can offer you the ability to firebend, but also give you special flames that are unlike any others. How can you do that? You're not even from this land. How can you even teach me to firebend? Asked Naruto, not believing the Kyuubi and believing that it was some sort of trick. Foolish child, I'm a spirit and have lived longer than any other human alive and have seen much. The bending arts themselves were taught by the great spirits of the spirit world to you human in this land. Unlike you shinobis from the elemental continent, where you developed your own fighting styles that mimic the bending arts by using chakra, instead of bending the actual elements as they do here. At hearing this, Naruto had to admit what the Kyuubi said did make sense, since the Kyuubi was a demon, meaning he was basically a spirit and couldn't die of old age. But even still, he did not believe the creature, considering all the suffering he put him through and how the Kyuubi was basically evil who loved causing chaos and destruction. "What exactly are you offering me?" asked Naruto, for even though he hated the Kyuubi and did not trust him, he would at least hear what he has to say. "I offer you not only the ability to be able to do fire bending, but also these flames," spoke the Kyuubi, where he lifted up his paw up and squeezed it through the bars and showed Naruto a small white flame. "I offer you the flames of Kojin, a Japanese god of fire, which are the scared white flames of the heavens, which burn as hot as the sun and can match the black flames of hell itself. The flames are capable of burning anything, even smothering regular fire, but only harm those that the user wishes to burn or those who hold negative feelings towards the user. For if the flames hit an ally or someone that the user cares for, then they will not burn them. This is because these flames are more controlled than others' flames. Also, like the flames of hell, they can also to burn for 7 days and 7 nights, and cannot be extinguished with water or any other normal methods, where the user is the only one that can normally extinguish them. They are also extremely effective against demons like myself and other evil spirits, due to them being sacred. But unlike the black flames, which burn slowly, these flames will burn anything that in its path instantly." At this, Naruto's eyes widened slightly at the power that the flames had, and for a second or two he was ready to instantly agree and take them. But before he could, he quickly stopped himself, remembering who he was dealing with right now. "If these flames are the flames of the heavens, as you say, then how can you use them, since you're a demon?" asked Naruto with suspicion. "I cannot use them, as you say, since I am a demon, making them worthless to me, but since I'm also a spirit of fire, I can at least summon them and even pass them on to someone like you," stated the Kyuubi. At hearing this, Naruto became even more suspicious of the Kyuubi. "Then why are you giving me these flames? Especially since, as you said, they could be used to hurt you." Because for the past 9 years, ever since your wretched father sealed me into you, I've had nothing to do but sit in this cage and watch your worthless life. This, of course, has been extremely dull and boring, and although I will break free of this seal one day and devour you, I'll need some form of entrainment until then. Hence, I've decided to spice things up by giving you these flames and see how you use them," answered the Kyuubi. At hearing this, Naruto became angry at hearing how his life was nothing more than entertainment to the demon fox, and was about to yell at the demon and tell what he could do with his flames. Author's note: I'm sure you can image what he would say. But before Naruto could reply to the Kyuubi's offer, the fox spoke again. "If you take these flames, then not only can you make your new father proud, but also show all those other fools like the Fire Lord the power you possess," spoke the Kyuubi, playing of Naruto's thrust to prove himself to others and show that he was more than what most people thought he was. And as the Kyuubi suspected when he said this, he saw Naruto staring longingly at the white flame that was in the Kyuubi's paw. The Kyuubi plan was, of course, to have Naruto use the white flames for destruction, for he had been watching Naruto the past 6 months and knew of the Great War that the Fire Nation was raging. He was also well aware of the destruction and chaos that the Fire Nation was bringing throughout these lands, due to him being also a being of chaos and destruction as well. Hence, he wanted some part on it, which was why giving Naruto these flames was part of it. The Kyuubi, of course, knew of Naruto's longing for acceptance by those around him, much like the longing he had when he was in Konoha. He also knew that if he gave Naruto these flames, he would eventually use them in the war, whether it was by his own choice, where he joined the army in the hopes of gaining acceptance in the Fire Nation, by fighting in the war and gaining fame or glory for himself, or be forced in the war by the Fire Lord, in the hopes of using the flames to the Fire Nation's advantage. either of which was fine by the QB, since his plan was to have Naruto fight in the Fire Nation's war and use the white flames, which could only be used by those with a good heart, and have him cause more chaos and unbalance in the world. This, of course, would greatly amuse the QB, since he found the irony of using the flames of heaven to cause more chaos and distraction to the world extremely amusing. He also hoped that if Naruto entered this war on the Fire Nation's side, then the war would corrupt him and turn Naruto into something much more fitting for a being like himself, QB. After a few minutes, Naruto suddenly spoke up and said, "I take them." After hearing Naruto answer, the QB smirked and then leaned a bit more forward and took Naruto to take the flame on both his hands and then press them into his chest. Naruto, of course, did what the QB said, where as soon as he pressed the white flames into his chest, he suddenly felt the warm heat of the flames spread throughout his body, after which he saw a sort of white glow surround his body like an aura. "Good, the flames are now within you. Now you can do firebending and use white fire," spoke the QB, after which he then told Naruto to leave as he was tried, which Naruto was more than happy to do as he had enough of talking to the wretched demon fox as well. In Naruto's mindscape, as Naruto came out of his meditation state, he heard his father's voice calling out to him and felt him shaking him. Naruto. Once he fully came of his meditation state and opened his eyes, Naruto found his father Iroh standing in front of him with a worried look and holding his arms, shaking him slightly, while his little pet monkey Xiao Zi was pinching Naruto's cheeks, hoping to waken his master, since like Iroh, he was worried about Naruto. "Dad," spoke Naruto with slight confusion, as he was still slightly disoriented after just coming out of his meditation state. "Naruto, thank goodness that you all right," spoke Iroh with clear relief. "I was calling out to you for several minutes, but you were in too deep a trance and didn't reply to me. I was beginning to worry." "I'm all right, Dad, just a little woozy. How long was I out?" asked Naruto. "About 20 minutes, I would say. I became even more concerned when I saw a white glow around your body just a moment ago. What happened to you, Naruto?" At this, Naruto sighed, where he spent the next half hour explaining to his father what had happened. When Naruto explained everything that happened, Iroh had a slight frown upon learning this, as he became suspicious at how the QB gave his adopted son these powerful flames for simple amusement. He was even more concerned at the fact that the QB was in his son to begin with, as he had read about the demon from one of the books he had gotten when he visited the elemental continent. Hence he knew how powerful the demon was, along with all the destruction and chaos it had caused. As Iroh thought over what he had just learned from Naruto, his adopted son suddenly spoke up with a concerned look due to seeing the frown on his Iroh face. "You don't think I'm a monster, do you, Dad?" asked a worried Naruto, as he was afraid that if his adopted father would hate him just like most of the people in Konoha did, because he had the QB inside him. Upon hearing this, Iroh quickly put his hand on Naruto's shoulder and smiled kindly at Naruto. "Of course not, Naruto. Only a fool would think that you are a monster, as you're no more a monster than I am," spoke Iroh, where Xiao Zi cried eek, agreeing with Iroh. This, of course, made Naruto smile, happy at the fact that his father still cared for him regardless of what lay within him. He even petted Xiao Zi on the head, thanking his little friend for his support. "But we'll have to be more careful now," spoke Iroh seriously, gaining Naruto's attention, "as there'll be others like those in your former village that'll not understand you and will fear you, as unfortunately people tend to fear and hate things that they do not understand. Also, there'll be those like my brother, who if they found out that a powerful demon like the QB was sealed within you, then they'll do what your former village tried to do and turn you into a living weapon and use the demon's power to finish the war." At hearing this, Naruto nodded in agreement with his adopted father, as he wouldn't put it past his adopted uncle to do such a thing. But first we see if what the QB did worked, and if you can firebend, spoke Iroh, where Naruto nodded and took up a basic stance that his father taught him, and taking a deep breath just as his father told him to do. After which he then did a fast jab to create a ball of fire, but instead of creating a small fireball, which he intended to do, a giant ball of white fire burst from his fist, which blasted Naruto backwards due to not expecting the tremendous power from the blast. When Naruto was blasted back from the force of the fireball that he created, Shao Zi quickly cried out in fear and jumped off Naruto and onto the ground, just as he was blasted backwards. At the same time, the giant ball of white fire flew toward a large tree that was in front of Naruto, where the ball of fire quickly enveloped the tree, and within less than a minute the tree was reduced to ash and the white flames continued burning. When Naruto was blasted back by the ball of white fire, Iroh and Shao Zi quickly ran to Naruto, who skidded backward a bit on the ground before stopping. Once Iroh reached Naruto, he helped his adopted son up. "Naruto, are you okay?" "Ow, ow, ow. I think so. It just caught me by surprise," said Naruto as he got up. Whereas he did, Shao Zi quickly jumped on his master's back and had a concerned look on his little face. Seeing this, Naruto just smiled. "Don't worry, Shao Zi. I'm fine." After which he petted his little friend on the head again, showing he was fine, making the little monkey smile. After doing this, Naruto then looked towards the tree in front of him and saw that it was reduced to ash in space of less than a minute. Did I do that?" asked Naruto in surprise as she saw what his flames did. "Yes. It seems that your white flames are extremely powerful," said Iroh, who was just as surprised at the power of Naruto's white fire. Even more so when the flames continued burning after the tree was burned to ash. Once Naruto got back up on his feet, he and Iroh went over to the still burning white flames and picked them up, where just as the Kyuubi told Naruto the flames did not hurt his adopted father. In fact, when he picked them up, Iroh felt the warmth of them flames without being burnt by them. As Iroh looked at the small flame in his hand, he could not help but marvel at the flames, as they were beautiful and seemed so pure and perfect and could do no harm. They were unlike any other flames he had ever seen before in his life. Upon seeing the small white flame in Iroh's hand, Shao Zi quickly jumped off Naruto's shoulder and onto Iroh, where he climbed down his arm and went up to the flame, where he brought his small paw up to it, where like with Naruto, it did not burn or hurt him and felt warm. For the next few minutes, Naruto, Iroh, and Shao Zi stared in wonder at the white flames, where after the few minutes, Iroh spoke up. "These flames of yours are truly a wondrous thing, Naruto. I've never seen anything like them before in my many years, and they also seem to be extremely powerful, judging by what just happened. We'll have to train hard for you to be able to control them, as your white fire seemed to make even the most basic fire technique extremely powerful." Naruto, of course, nodded in understanding, as he knew his adopted father was right, after which Iroh then dropped the white flame he picked up and asked Naruto to see if he could extinguish the white fire. Since from what Kyuubi told Naruto, the flames would continue to burn for 7 days and nights, where if they left them, then chances were someone would come across them. Where if someone saw white flames burning constantly on the ground without burning themselves out, then it would draw a great deal of attention on Iroh and Naruto, which was something they wanted to avoid, at least for now, until they got their story straight. At first, when Naruto tried to extinguish his white flames, he had no luck, but after a few minutes and much concentration, he was able to extinguish his flames. Once the flames had been extinguished, Iroh decided that they would call it a day and celebrate Naruto's first successful attempt in firebending, but would keep the news between themselves, at least until Naruto gained better control over his new flames. Iroh also planned to set up a training regime to allow Naruto to control his new fire better, as after seeing the power of white fire, he knew that if Naruto didn't learn to control them, they could be extremely dangerous to not only Naruto himself, but to others around him. But that would be for tomorrow, since today would be spent celebrating Naruto becoming a firebender, one which Iroh believed would surpass all others, even himself. But even as he thought this, Iroh was unaware at how true this belief was, since this was the beginning of a new legend that was about to be born, one that would be known throughout not only the 4 great elemental kingdoms, but also in the shinobi world of the elemental continent. The legend of the White Fire Prince of the Fire Nation. In 1. Go to profile for link of image of what Naruto looks like in this story. 2. Go to profile for link of image of what Xiao Zi looks like in this story. 3. Xiao Zi means little fellow in Chinese. Well, that's another chapter done and dusted. Sorry it took me so long to update this story. I've just been busy with my other story rakage. But I'm now taking a break from it to focus on my other stories like this one, and will update faster since there's not as much to write in these one as there is in the rakage. Now I hope you enjoyed the chapter and how Naruto became a user in White Fire. I also hope you enjoyed Naruto having a little pet. In the next chapter, there'll be a slight time skip of a few months, where Naruto will have more control of his new fire-bending skill and will showing his skills to others like Ozai and Azula. Also, for those of you who want an image of what Naruto looks like in this story, please go to my profile page for a link of the image, and if you like it, please thank Newt Tomby of DeviantArt, who took it upon himself to do the draw without me having to ask anyone to. My next update will of course be the Hope of the Senju clan, since I know how many readers are itching for the next update, so I will update it as soon as possible, along with all my other stories. Again, hope you all enjoyed the chapter, so please read and review, as I like to hear your opinions of it. Please note that I will answer all your reviews, as I believe that authors should reply to their reviewers. Also note that any suggestions for the story are welcome and will be listened to, and I will tell you what I think of them. Another thing to note is that flames are not welcome here, as I force no one to read my stories, and if you don't like them, then don't read them. Also, please note that all flames will be ignored or the flammers will be flamed back. Also, as I stated in my previous chapters, know that my grammar and spelling can be a problem for some people, I'm sorry, but I'm doing the best I can with what I got. Chapter 4. Duel. This story was adopted by me, although the idea belongs to Weasel as he was the one that thought of it, with a few changes from me, but he was still kind enough to let me give it a try at the story. Thinking/flashback. Disclaimer: I do not own Naruto or Avatar whatsoever or any of the characters. The only character I own are my OCs. With Naruto, currently in the middle of the place garden, Naruto was practicing the fire-bending stances that his adopted father Iroh taught him. The moves themselves were not typical fire-bending stances that most firebenders used. These stances were called the Dancing Dragons, an ancient fire-bending style that Iroh had learned, which didn't require firebenders to use anger, hate, or rage to create his or her flames. For the past month and a half, Naruto had been practicing hard his firebending, so to control his white flames. Due to the great power that the flames had, Naruto had trouble controlling his flames, where every time he fired his flames, he would be blown back by the recoil. For most of their training, Iroh had focused on Naruto strengthening his stances so that he could withstand the recoil of firing his flames, while at the same time be able to control the amount of flames he fired. Due to the strength of his flames, he didn't need to put as much power in his fire as most firebenders would in their attacks to get a certain result. Naruto's training was of course not easy, as he spent nearly every day practicing his firebending, but slowly and surely he was making progress and improving his firebending. As Naruto continued with his training, his pet monkey Xiao Zi sat on a nearby tree branch munching on a small piece of apple as he watched Naruto train. Normally Naruto would train outside the palace, so to stay out of prying eyes and keep his special flames a secret for as long as possible. But due to his adopted father Iroh being called for a war council meeting with the Fire Lord and his generals, Naruto was forced to stay in the palace to train. As Naruto continued practicing his moves, he made sure not to release his flames, so not to attract unwanted attention from people. The reason why Naruto was keeping his new flames a secret was because his father believed it would be best to keep his new flames hidden from everyone until he was able to control them fully. Since when people learned of his white fire, there would be many unwanted questions being asked, which could lead to people discovering about the QB being sealed within him, where they would then take him away from his father. As Naruto practiced his stances, he suddenly heard a familiar laugh and voice coming from behind him. Well, if it isn't little Whisker, training to try and become a firebender. Before he even turned around, Naruto already knew who the person that spoke was, since he immediately recognized the voice, and only 2 people ever called him Whisker. One would say it as a harmless nickname, while the other would use it as an insult and a tool to make fun of him. The person who had said it now clearly was using it as the lesser of the two. What do want, Azula? As I don't have the time or the patience to deal with you today, said the annoyed Naruto, as he turned around to face his adopted cousin, who was accompanied by Mai and Tai Li. Oh, how hurtful! Is that any way to greet your dear cousin? Replied Azula, feigning hurt at Naruto's word. It's no worse than how you treated me. Now what do you want? As I'm busy, replied Naruto, as he tried to focus on his training and ignore Azula. Oh, nothing much. The girls and I were just walking around, and we saw you training and decided it would be fun to watch you try to firebend, answered Azula, emphasizing the word try, so to annoy Naruto. Naruto, of course, did not respond to Azula's taunts and continued to practice his stances after a few minutes. Seeing that Naruto wouldn't rise to her taunts, Azula decided to try another method to get to Naruto. It seems that you're still not quite getting it, Whiskers. Let me show you how a real firebender does things, spoke Azula as she walked to Naruto and pushed him aside, after which she took a basic fighting stance and fired a powerful blast of fire at the branch of a tree near them, the same branch that Xiao Zi was sitting on and eating his apple. When Xiao Zi saw the large fire blast coming at him, the little monkey barely avoided the blast by jumping off the branch, which quickly became consumed by the flames and burnt off the tree. Xiao Zi! Cried Naruto when he saw what Azula did and raced over to his little friend, who was frightened out of his mind and shaking like a leaf. Once Naruto was next to the little monkey, he immediately picked Xiao Zi up and held him close and panted him to calm the poor thing down. Azula, of course, just smirked cruelly, pleased with what she had done, although she was the only one, as his friends Tai Li and Mai did not share her enjoyment. When they saw what Azula had done, Tai Li was of course shocked at what Azula did to poor Xiao Zi. Mai, on the other hand, wasn't least bit surprised, where she remained completely blank-faced but did frown slightly. When Azula turned to look at her friends, she saw the looks on their faces. What? Asked Azula, as if she did nothing wrong. Azula, why did you do that to poor Xiao Zi? He didn't do anything? Asked Tai Li with concern. I was just showing Whiskers how firebending was done. Besides, it was just a monkey. It's not like he's valuable or anything, remarked Azula. Shut up, cried Naruto angrily, as he glared at Azula with anger for what she had done. Upon seeing this, Azula, of course, just smirked, as she enjoyed the fact that she had gotten to Naruto. Oh, I'm sorry. Are you upset that I scared little friend? Asked Azula with a sadistic smirk, which further to infuriate Naruto even more. You can insult and push me around all you want, Azula, but I won't stand when you attack any of my friends, said Naruto angrily. Oh, and what can someone like you, who can't even firebend, do? Even Zuzu can do better than you, and that says a lot, replied Azula. I can do more than you think, Azula, and I am more than happy to show you, retorted Naruto. Is that so? Said Azula as an evil smirk appeared on her face. Well, that sounds like a challenge to me, and I'd be more than happy to answer. What do you mean? Asked Naruto. I challenge you to an Agni Kai. Do you accept, or are you too scared to face a real firebender? Challenged Azula, adding the exact insult to get Naruto riled up, which worked. Fine, I accept, responded Naruto, who was too angry at Azula right now to think clearly. No, Naruto, don't, you can't win against Azula, you get who, dash, warned Tai Li, but was interrupted by Azula. Quiet, Tai Li. He accepted my challenge, and he can't back out of it now. Not unless he wants to be disgraced. Well, is it Whiskers? Said Azula as she turned from Tai Li to Naruto with a cruel smile and emphasized the word Whiskers. Like hell I will. Let's do it here and now and get it over with, replied Naruto angrily, as he put Xiao Zi down in a safe place and then fell into a fighting stance. Oh no, we won't have it here, it just won't suit. We'll hold things off and give you time to train a bit more. Not that it helped though, said Azula with a smirk before continuing. We'll have the duel in a fortnight's time. That way, no one can say I didn't give you a sporting chance. Fine, replied Naruto, not caring when or where he fought Azula. After hearing Naruto's response, Azula just smirked and then walked away and was soon followed by Tai, Lee, and Mai. But not before both girls gave Naruto slightly worried glances, as they knew how skilled Azula was when it came to fire bending and how ruthless she could be. Hence, they did not believe Naruto could win against Azula. Once the girls finished looking back at Naruto, they quickly turned around and started to follow Azula again, leaving Naruto and Xiaozi alone in the royal garden again. Several hours later in Naruto's room, as Naruto sat in his room, reading one of his scrolls on fire bending that his father gave him, he suddenly heard the large double doors of his room opening. When he turned to see who opened the doors, he saw his adopted father Iroh enter, with Zuko closely following him. "Naruto, is it true? Did you really accept an Agni Kai challenge from Azula?" asked Zuko. "I did," replied Naruto. "Naruto, why did you do such a thing? You're not yet ready for such a thing, as you still need to train more in controlling your flames," spoke Iroh. "I'm sorry, Dad. It's just that when I was training, Azula started to taunt me and then attacked Xiao Zi, and I got so angry at her that I couldn't think straight," said Naruto, where after he had calmed down, he fully realized what he had gotten himself into. At hearing this, Iroh sighed, as he figured Azula had manipulated Naruto in some way into accepting her challenge. He had first heard of the challenge after the War Council meeting ended, where Azula entered a throne room and told her father in front of everyone in the room that she had challenged Naruto to an Agni Kai and he had accepted. After hearing this, Iroh had tried to interject, stating that both Azula and Naruto were too young to fight an Agni Kai. Unfortunately, Ozai overruled him, stating that Azula was more than skilled enough to fight in an Agni Kai, and since Naruto had accepted her challenge, the fight could not be stopped. After hearing this, Iroh quickly raced to Naruto's room, where he was joined by Zuko, who had heard from Mai what had happened. Like Ty Lee and Mai, Zuko did not believe Naruto could beat Azula, even though Naruto had told him not too long ago that he could fire bend. It did not mean he could defeat Azula in a fight, as Azula was a fire-bending prodigy, much like his grandfather Fire Lord Azulin, and would crush Naruto. Well, what's done is done, as there is no point in worrying over something that has happened. Now we must prepare you for your match against Azula, stated Iroh. "So you're going to help me train?" asked Naruto excitedly, thinking that his adopted father was going to teach him so cool new fire-bending technique that would help him beat Azula. "Of course, but first, let us sit down and have a nice hot cup of jasmine tea," said the former fire general with a friendly smile. Upon seeing this, the two young boys just looked at him with disbelieving looks, with large sweats drops on the back of their head, wondering if Iroh was entirely right in the head at times. 2 weeks later, Agni Kai Chamber. Currently waiting on the battle platform, Princess Azula patiently waited for her adopted cousin/opponent Naruto to arrive. The chamber itself was filled with many spectators, since word had quickly spread about the upcoming battle between the Fire Lord's daughter and the adopted son of the former great General Iroh, better well known as the Dragon of the West. The crowd itself was made up of many people, such as off-duty servants, royal guards, along with noblemen and women, as well as important military officers. Many, of course, were certain that Azula would win, given how it was well known that she was a highly gifted fire-bending prodigy. But still there were those who had to support Naruto, such as the servants and some of the guards, since the young blonde had become rather popular among the more lower-class people in the palace. Also among the crowd were the young crown Prince Zuko, who stood quietly next to his father, who had come to watch the fight, to see his daughter defeat his brother's son and show him his place. As Zuko kept a lookout for Iroh and Naruto to show, he also noticed Mai and Tai Lee, who stood next to their own families, who came to watch the battle between the two members of the royal family. Soon enough, the large double doors to the chamber opened up, where Iroh and Naruto and their personal guards entered the large chamber together. When the small group entered the chamber and began to walk towards the battle platform, a large amount of whispering began, where many people stared at the group, or more precisely, at Naruto, who looked fairly ragged and dirty. Naruto, of course, ignored the stares and whispers of the crowd, where he focused on Azula at the other end of the platform, who smirked confidently as Naruto neared the platform. Once Naruto and Iroh and their guards reached the platform, Naruto lifted Shao Zi off his shoulder and handed him to his father, who in turn gently placed the little monkey on his own shoulder. After which, Iroh then knelt down to Naruto and placed both hands on Naruto's shoulders. Now remember your fire-bending basics, Naruto, as well as what else I taught you. They're your greatest weapons, no matter who you face against. I will, Dad, replied Naruto with a serious look. Good luck, Naruto, spoke Hu in his usual gruff voice and nodded to the young blonde. Show her and the rest of these snobs what you're capable of, said Zhang, with an encouraging grin behind his masked helmet as he placed his hand on Naruto's shoulder. 1. You can count on it, replied Naruto with his own grin, after which Iroh and the guards went over to stands, where Iroh stood next to his brother Ozai in the front row, while Naruto walked up the small stairs of the platform. Once Naruto was on the platform, Azula spoke up. Well, looks like you finally showed up, and are even dressed in a style that suits your class, although I must say, I was half expecting you to back out or run away. As if, replied Naruto as he narrowed his eyes. Well, it doesn't matter now, as this won't take very long, since you can't use any of your ninja tricks in an Agni Kai match, and by the time I'm done with you. Not even Uncle Iroh will be able to stand looking at you, said Azula with a sadistic-looking smirk. Naruto, of course, didn't retort to this, and he just narrowed his eyes, where he and Azula then turned their back to one another and knelt down and waited for the match observer to begin the match. As the crowd waited for the match to begin, Ozai decided to taunt his brother a little. I do hope that your son can put up a fight, for if not, this will not be much of a battle. You need not worry about Naruto, my brother, as he is more than capable of handling himself, replied Iroh with serious look on his face. We shall see, replied Ozai, as he kept his eyes on the two youth, not really believing his brother, as he was certain that his daughter would easily defeat the mongrel that his brother brought into their family. Soon after the match observer began the battle, where the two youths stood up and took up fighting stances when they turned to face each other. Azula quickly started things off by sending a large red and orange fireball at Naruto. Seeing the large fireball coming at him, Naruto immediately jumped to the left to avoid Azula's fireball. After seeing that Naruto had avoided her first attack, Azula fired another fireball at Naruto, who quickly ducked under the ball of fire just when it was about to hit him. I see Uncle has taught you how to duck and run around like a coward, but I doubt he taught you what a real firebender can do. So allow me to show you, spoke Azula, after which she thrust both her fists forward and launched a massive ball of fire at the blonde-haired prince. As the ball of fire came at him, Naruto knew he couldn't sidestep a suck under the large fireball this time. So he quickly jumped up high into the air and flipped over the fireball, just as it was about to hit him, narrowly avoiding it. Whoa, close 1 inch, said Naruto out loud. You like that? Well, here's some more, said Azula, as she fired yet another massive fireball with both her fists. Knowing that he wouldn't be able to avoid this attack, Naruto quickly took up a defensive stance that his father taught him where just as the attack was about to hit him. He brought down his hand in a downward-like slash, causing the fireball to split in two and fly past him on either side of him. Natural after seeing this, Azula and many others in the crowd of spectators were of course surprised at Naruto using an advanced fire-blocking technique. Looks like I underestimated you, slightly Whiskers, but let's see you try block all of these, cried Azula, as she fired 3 more large fireballs. Naruto, of course, quickly avoided the 3 fireballs in a series of impressive acrobatic skills, which was thanks not only to his shinobi training, but also from all the times he played with Tai Li. Not bad, Naruto, but it'll take more than just fancy dodging to win this fight, stated Azula, as she prepared to fire another set of fireballs. At this comment, Naruto just smirked and replied, "Oh, you were fighting? I didn't think we were getting serious yet. I thought we were just getting warmed up." "You haven't seen anything yet," stated Azula, as she fired yet another set of fireballs at Naruto, who of course continued to dodge them as they came at him. "Come on, Azula, is that all you got?" said Naruto with a smile, as she sidestepped yet another fireball. Annoyed by what Naruto said, Azula quickly moved forward towards Naruto on the platform, where once he was only a few feet away from her. She did a wide spinning kick and unleashed a wide, blazing arc of fire at Naruto, who quickly jumped up high into the air to avoid the fire attack. Is that really all you got? As I gotta say, I'm disappointed. They'll call anyone a prodigy these days, taunted Naruto after he landed on the ground where he saw that he was getting to Azula. Not even close, retorted Azula angrily, as she narrowed her eyes and fired a stream of fire at Naruto, who narrowly avoided it. Missed again, taunted Naruto after he avoided the attack. I have to say, I thought you were better than this. Even Zuko can do better than you right now. Damn you, cried Azula angrily, where she fired another fireball at him. As she was starting to lose her cool at how Naruto was avoiding all her attack and making her look like a fool, while at the same time insinuating that Zuko was better than her. Naruto, of course, quickly ducked under the fireball and then got back up on his feet, where he then continued to taunt his female cousin. You missed again? Yesh. Azula, you're getting sloppy, very sloppy. Shut up, you filthy peasant, cried the angry Azula, who was infuriated at how Naruto was continuing mocking her and how he continued to avoid all her attacks, making her look incompetent. Naruto, of course, smiled at seeing this, as it was nice to give Azula a taste of her own medicine, given how much she would taunt and mock him and Zuko over the months. But even still, his taunting of her was not just to get back at Azula for all the things she did to him over the months. His taunts were actuality part of the strategy that his father had come up with to help him with against Azula. Flashback to 2 weeks ago. After dodging a fireball from Iroh, Naruto quickly looked up and saw another ball of fire heading for him, forcing him to jump up high into the air to avoid it. This, of course, continued for several more minutes, until Iroh decided that it was time to take a break and have a nice cup of tea, as well as stating that he needed to take a break, since he wasn't as young as he used to be, as they had been at this for several hours. As Iroh poured himself and Naruto some tea, Naruto decided to ask Iroh a question. Dad, why are you having me do all this? I thought you were going to teach me some advanced firebending moves to beat Azula. Iroh, of course, did not answer straight away, where he slowly took another sip of his tea, although when he finished drinking, he then looked at his adopted son. What I'm teaching you, Naruto, is something much more important than firebending, answered Iroh, before taking another sip of his tea. What? By moving around and avoiding attacks, said Naruto, as he found the whole idea rather silly. Yes, replied Iroh simply. But what good will that do me when Azula is trying to roast me alive with her flames, stated Naruto, as he still didn't understand what his adopted father was thinking. Then let me show you, answered Iroh, where he then went over to Shao Zi, who was happily eating some nuts that Iroh had given him earlier, where he then whispered to the little monkey, who just went eek in agreement when Iroh finished whispering, who then turned to Naruto again. Now, Naruto, I want you to try and catch Shao Zi. Huh, stated Naruto in confusion. I want you to try and catch Shao Zi, repeated Iroh with a smile. But why? Asked Naruto, not getting why his adopted father wanted him to catch Shao Zi. Just humor an old man, spoke the former general as he smiled at his son, who just sighed and did what his father asked him and attempted to catch the little monkey, who quickly jumped away and scampered a few feet away from Naruto, where it then turned around and grinned cheekily at him. Frowning at this, Naruto walked over to and held out his hand and attempted to pick the little monkey up. Come here, Shao Zi. You know I won't hurt you. Shao Zi, of course, just grinned again and then raced straight at Naruto, avoiding his hand and running right between his legs, causing Naruto to fall on the ground as he tried to catch Shao Zi. Damn it! Shao Zi, come back here! Cried the annoyed Naruto as he picked himself up and chased after his pet monkey. This, of course, continued for the next hour or so, where Naruto continued to chase after Shao Zi all around the small clearing in his attempt to capture the little monkey. But each and every time Xiao Zi would avoid Naruto's attempts, as thanks to his small size, the little monkey was quite fast and very agile, making him very difficult to catch. Seeing this, of course, proved to be excellent entertainment for Iroh as he chuckled each time Naruto failed to catch Xiao Zi and fell to the ground. After about an hour and a half of this, Naruto eventually collapsed from exhaustion, where he fell to the ground on his back and started panting in an attempt to catch his breath. Seeing that Naruto no longer had the energy to continue chasing after him, Xiao Zi went over to Iroh and climbed up Iroh's robes and onto his shoulder, where he then held out his small little paw. Smiling at this, Iroh then took out some buckwheat berries from his sleeve and handed them to Xiao Zi, who squealed in delight, as buckwheat berries were his favorite. After giving Xiao Zi the buckwheat berries, Iroh then walked over to Naruto, who was still lying on the ground trying to catch his breath. When Naruto looked up at his father, he narrowed his eyes in annoyance as he saw Xiao Zi munching on some of the berries Iroh had given him, as he couldn't believe that his friend had sold him out for buckwheat berries. Pant, traitor, pant, stated the tried Naruto as he glared at the little monkey on Iroh's shoulder, who ignored Naruto's remark and continued to eat his berries. Well, Naruto, do you now understand what I've been trying to teach you? Asked Iroh with an amused smile as he looked down at Naruto. Nori plaid Naruto. Well, then allow me to explain further, replied Iroh, where he then sat down on the ground next to Naruto. Tell me, how do you feel right now? Said Iroh. Tried, replied Naruto. Anything else? Asked Iroh. Annoyed, I guess. Do you feel frustrated and even angry a little? Asked Iroh. A little, I guess, replied Naruto, as he was a bit frustrated and had gotten a little angry as he kept missing Xiao Zi. Oh, well, now you know how Azula will feel when you use this against her, stated Iroh, where in return he got a slightly confused look from Naruto and decided to explain further. You see, Naruto, any technique I can teach you to help in your fight against Azula will do you no good, as you've yet to fully master the basics of firebending, because your flames are much stronger than most. Hence, any advanced moves I could teach you would be worthless unless you have fully mastered the basics first, which will be impossible right now, given the time we have before your match. This is why I am training you how to dodge your opponent's attacks, as this type of training can help you increase your speed and reaction time, as avoiding attacks are the more important thing you can do when in a fight. As the more an enemy's attacks miss you, the weaker they become, since attacking takes much more energy than avoiding an attack does, not to mention the fewer injuries you have the better. So you want me to wear Azula out? Asked Naruto, as he started to understand what his father was trying to tell him. That is one possible way to beat her, as given your level now, and even with your white flames, it is unlikely you could beat Azula in a head-to-head fight, since she has a great deal of natural skill and has been training for several years. While you, Naruto, have only been training for a few months, and a man who had trained for years to fight with a wooden sword will always beat a novice with a metal sword. At hearing this, Naruto nodded his head in understanding, as it did make sense, but still he was curious about something else. You said that if I continue to dodge Azula's attacks, that wearing her out was one possible way to beat her, meaning that there is another way to beat her by using this strategy, stated Naruto, where Iroh just nodded and smiled as Naruto was becoming more astute. Yes, there is, for you see, like in all the bending arts, a bender must be both focused and in control of oneself when they bend an element. This is especially important for firebenders, since fire is alive, and if not controlled, then their powers will go out of control. Hence, if you continue to dodge Azula's attacks, like when you continue to fail to catch Xiao Zi, she can become frustrated and even angered. This then opens up the chance that she will make a mistake, allowing you an opening to exploit and defeat her when she is unprepared. After hearing this, Naruto nodded in understanding, after which the two of them shared some more tea with one another and then later continued their training. In flashback. Sadly though, despite his plan in getting Azula angry, Azula was still able to maintain some self-control over herself and focused herself on Naruto, where she sent several different fireballs at Naruto all at once. Where give how close she was to him now, it left him with little room to go other than to jump to the left-hand corner of his side of the platform, leaving him cornered with nowhere else to go. "Now I have you," said the furious Azula, as she stood directly in front of Naruto and fired a powerful fire blast at him. Fortunately, though, Naruto was able to avoid the attack, where just as Azula was about to fire her attack, he jumped up into the air and flipped over Azula and landed behind her, where he then quickly did a leg sweep, causing Azula to fall forward. But before Azula could hit the ground, the Fire Princess quickly brought her hands forward and used it to help her flip herself back on her feet and landing at the edge of the corner of the platform, barely keeping herself from fall off it. After quickly regaining her balance, Azula immediately spun herself around and fired a powerful stream of fire at Naruto. She then followed the fire stream up with several more fireballs and a powerful blazing arc, forcing Naruto to retreat back to the other end of the platform, the side Azula started at. Once Naruto was at the other end of the platform, Azula quickly calmed herself down as she realized that Naruto had been taunting her, so that she would get angry and lose control of herself and make a mistake. A tactic she herself had often used on Zuko on several occasions, when they spared with one another. After calming herself, Azula immediately smirked at Naruto. "Nice try, Whiskers, but it'll take more than simply tricks like that to beat me." Seeing how Azula had realized what he was doing, Naruto narrowed his eyes. He wasn't surprised that Azula had figured out his strategy, as she was no one's fool. But still he had hoped that he could keep Azula angry and frustrated enough that she wouldn't figure out the truth until it was too late. "Now that I've realized your pitiful little strategy, you're finished," cried Azula, where she sent a large, powerful blast of fire at Naruto. When Naruto saw the blast of fire coming at him, he decided that it was finally time to fight back, where he immediately took up a fighting stance and fired a small but powerful blast of white fire. Although the blast was medium size, the force of the blast pushed Naruto back slightly, but thanks to his training with his father, he held in stance. After Naruto fired his white flames, it crashed right into Azula's flames, where it caused a small explosion, causing the people who were watching the fight to bring up their arms to protect themselves from the heat of the flames. After the explosion of fire, Azula was of course shocked, not only because Naruto had firebend, but because his flames were pure white, something that she had never seen or heard before. And if that wasn't enough, Naruto's white flames did not burn out like hers did. They in fact continued to burn on the ground. Thankfully as well, since the explosion was so small, the flames did not go very far, where no one who was watching the fight was hit by the flames and burnt by them. As Azula slowly got over her shock of Naruto firebending, as well as seeing his white flames, she barely registered the 3 balls of white fire flying towards her. Upon seeing the 3 balls of white fire coming at her, Azula barely avoided them by dropping down to the floor on her stomach. As the 3 balls of fire went by her, she could feel the heat on her back coming from the balls of fire that flew by her. The heat was of course immense, where they nearly lit back of her clothes on fire. After which the balls of fire then hit the large double doors that Naruto and Iroh walked through earlier, and burned right through them, leaving large holes in them, upon which the flames then fell to the floor, where they continued to burn. "What is going on? What are those flames? How can that vagabond even use flames like that?" thought Azula with anger and confusion, as it made no sense to her that a mere commoner like Naruto could use flames as powerful as those one. After avoiding Naruto's attack, Azula quickly picked herself up and attempted to strike back by firing a large stream of fire at Naruto, who quickly countered by firing his own stream of fire at her. When the 2 flames met, Naruto's flames almost instantly consumed Azula's flames to make them stronger and headed straight towards her. Seeing the flames coming at her, Azula knew she could not avoid them in time and closed her eyes just as they were about to hit her. Naruto stopped his flames and put them out along with the flames he fired earlier, which were still burning. When Azula did not feel Naruto's flames burning her body, she opened her eyes to see Naruto putting his white flames out. "What did you do? Why didn't you finish me off?" asked Azula in confusion, as Naruto had her, and yet he stopped his attack. "Because family shouldn't hurt family. I may not like you, Azula, and you may not like me either. But whether you like it or not, we are family now, and I won't hurt a member of my family. So let's end this fight now, before either of us gets hurt," said Naruto, where he took a non-aggressive stance. Upon hearing this, Iroh smiled with pride at his adopted son, as when he saw Naruto's attack about to hit Azula. He feared for the worst, but thankfully Naruto had stopped the attack before it could hit and most likely kill Azula. He was further proud of the fact that Naruto was trying to stop this madness from continuing, as he had never wanted this fight to happen to begin with, and wanted it to stop, and hoped Azula would listen to reason. Sadly, though, Azula did not, where all she saw in Naruto's gesture was an opening to exploit, where she fired 3 more blasts of fire at Naruto, followed by a large fire arc. Seeing the attacks coming at him, Naruto knew he couldn't intercept them all in time with his own flames. Not without losing control of his flames and hitting large numbers of the spectators watching the fight. So he decided that the only choice he had was to dodge them, where he used his high acrobatical skills to avoid the flames. When Azula saw this, a small sinister smile appeared on her face as she realized something. "I must admit, Naruto, when I first saw those flames of yours, I began to worry. But now I see despite how powerful they are, you still can't fully control them. That's why you try to make me angry and lose focus so that it would be easier for you to take me out. You need to take a solid stance before you can fire your flames, due to the backlash of firing them," stated Azula. Naruto, of course, did not respond to Azula's remark, as he knew she was right, since his fire bending was limited, given how he didn't have it for very long. For the next few minutes, Naruto was once again on the defensive, where he continued to avoid Azula's attacks, who slowly moved towards Naruto while firing her flames, limiting the area of space he had to move around. "But do you know what the funny thing is?" asked Azula as she continued to send blasts of fire at Naruto. "If you hadn't stopped your flames when you had me, you would have won. But instead, like the weakling that you are, you stopped them. I guess you really are just like Uncle Iroh, soft and worthless." Eventually, though, Azula cornered Naruto at the left-hand corner of the platform. "Nowhere to run now, Whiskers," stated Azula's when she cornered Naruto. "Now burn," she cried as she sent a powerful stream of fire at the cornered Naruto, which enveloped him. "Naruto!" cried Zuko as he saw his sister fire the stream of fire at his adopted cousin. "Naruto!" cried Ty Lee, fearing that Azula had really killed Naruto. Even Mai showed some concern for Naruto's safety after being enveloped by Azula's flames. Ozai, on the other hand, smirked, believing that Naruto was now flawlessly done Azula, although his smirk quickly disappeared when he thought about the white flames that Naruto created and wondered how on earth Naruto created them, since they were clearly more powerful than any ordinary flames. Furthermore, the flames didn't burn out after Naruto fired them. In fact, they continued to burn. As he thought about the flames more, Ozai began to wonder if his brother Iroh had taught Naruto how to create those flames, since he refused to believe that some lowly commoner like Naruto could create such powerful flames like them by himself. But when Ozai turned to his brother, instead of seeing Iroh breaking down or going into a furious rage at the death of his adopted son, he saw that his brother remained perfectly calm and not the least bit worried. Confused at his brother's lack of concern, Ozai quickly turned back to the platform, where his eyes widened in surprise and confusion. At the same time, after she had fired her attack and her flames had dissipated, Azula looked to see what was left of Naruto, but much to her confusion and shock, there was no body. Azula, of course, knew that her flames weren't strong enough to completely destroy Naruto's body. Hence, there had to be a body, yet there was no trace of him. Realizing that Naruto had to have avoided the attack somehow, Azula began to look around for Naruto, but couldn't find him anywhere. Thinking that Naruto had to have used one of his ninja tricks, Azula was about to call him out, stating that he couldn't beat her in proper Agni Kai and that he was a coward, in the hope that she could rile him up and lure him out. But before she could do that, she suddenly heard Naruto voice from above her. "Looking for me." When Azula and the rest of the spectators looked up, they saw Naruto floating in midair with white medium-sized flames sprouting from his hands. Upon seeing this, everyone in the crowd, including Ozai, Zuko, Ty Lee, couldn't believe that Naruto was pulling off jet propulsion, an advanced fire-bending move that even most fire-bending masters would have difficulty doing, and yet he was doing it at a level that none of them or anyone else in over 100 years could do, using it to fly. The only ones in the room that weren't surprised at what Naruto was doing were Iroh, his guards, and Naruto's guards, Hu and Zhang, since they all knew Naruto could do this. When Ozai saw this, he immediately turned to his brother with a furious look, who in turn just smiled in amusement as his brother stared angrily at him. "You taught him how to do that, didn't you?" accused Ozai angrily, as he found it infuriating that a mere common-born vagabond could pull an advanced fire-bending move that neither his daughter nor himself could do. "2. No, I did not, brother," replied Iroh with a smile. "Don't lie to me, Iroh. There's no possible way that that boy could do an advanced level move like that, and do it at that level that's he doing without some kind of special training," stated Ozai angrily. "I'm afraid I'm telling you the truth, brother, as Naruto discovered this by himself. Although I will admit, I did give him some tips on helping him to maneuvers when flying and stay still in midair," answered Iroh with a smile, as he remembered when he first saw Naruto use the jet propulsion skill. Flashback. As Iroh was walking to the training area outside the capital with his guards, he suddenly heard Naruto scream and then saw something fly very fast over them and then crash into something. Before Iroh or his men could wonder what flew by them, Hu and Zhang suddenly came running up to them, with concerned looks on their faces. "Ooh, Zhang, what happened? What was that thing that flew by, and where's Naruto?" asked Iroh. "Sir, that thing that you just saw was Prince Naruto," replied Zhang, causing the former Dragon of the West to have a confused and slightly worried look on his face. After which he and his guards, along with Hu and Zhang, raced to where Naruto went. Soon enough, the group found the young blonde, up in a large tree, tangled in several branches with a large bump on his head. "Oh, moaned the blonde-haired prince in pain as he tried to shake away the stars that were dancing around his head at the moment. "Naruto, are you all right?" asked Iroh. "Yeah, I think so, Dad," replied Naruto as he still tried to get the world to stop spinning. "Hold on, we'll come up and get you down," spoke Iroh, after which he asked Hu and Zhang to go up the tree and help his adopted son down. After a few minutes, Naruto was back on the ground, thanks to the help of his two guards, after which Iroh decided to ask Naruto what happened. "So, tell me, Naruto, how is it that you got up in that tree? Were you blown back by your white flames again when you were practicing your firebending?" asked Iroh with a slightly amused smirk on his face. "And not exactly," replied Naruto. "I was actually practicing a new technique that I came up with that I thought it would help me in my fight against Azula." "And what technique would that be?" asked Iroh with general curiosity. "Well, after all the times I was blow away when I was practicing my forbending, I thought maybe I could come up with a way where not only could I use it to make me move around faster, but also let me fly. But as you can see, I haven't exactly gotten the hang of it yet," said Naruto with his cheesy-like grin. "But I promise before my fight with Azula, I will have it down and fly circles around her with it." After hearing this, Iroh was of course surprised at what Naruto had said, since whether his son knew it or not, he was attempting a very advanced technique. But even still, he had to admit that Naruto's idea did have merit, as his flames were indeed very powerful. "That is a very interesting idea you have, Naruto. Perhaps you can show me how well you have developed this technique of yours, as perhaps there is something I know that could help you improve." At hearing this, Naruto of course smiled as he was eager to show his father what he could do. After which the two of them, along with their guards, headed to the clearing, where they had been doing Naruto's training. Once they arrived in the center of the clearing, Naruto began to slowly summon his white flames to his hands and pointed them to the ground. After doing so, He then slowly increased his flames' powers, making them grow, where they slowly lifted him up a few feet into the air, and then further and further up until he was at least 20 feet in the air. Upon seeing this, Iroh and his guards were of course amazed at Naruto being able to do an advanced level firebending move at this level, as it was something that most firebending masters could never do. It was even more shocking to them, given the fact that Naruto had only been able to firebend a few months ago, and yet he had achieved something like this in only a couple of days. But when Naruto tried to move around in the air, he suddenly lost control of his flames, where he shot towards one of the nearby trees. "Naruto!" cried Iroh with worry, as he saw Naruto going to crash into the tree. Fortunately, though, Naruto was ready this time, where he quickly pointed both his hands towards the ground and fired a quick burst of his flames, allowing him to shoot himself up into the air and avoid the tree. After shooting himself slightly up into the air, Naruto then started to fall down to the tree that he nearly hit. Although, as he did, he grabbed onto one of the thick branches of the tree and stopped himself from falling. After which he then swung him off the tree and landed back onto the ground, where Iroh and the others ran over to him. "Naruto, are you okay? Are you hurt?" asked the concerned Iroh. "No, I'm fine, Dad," replied Naruto as he brushed himself off, where Iroh just smiled with relief. "Like you guys saw, I don't have much control in midair, where I can't do much other than go up and down." "Yes, I can see that. Well, I think I can help you with that," replied Iroh, where he and Naruto began their new training. In flashback, at hearing his brother say how Naruto discovered the jet propulsion skill by himself, Ozai grew even angrily, as he refused to believe it. Although when he thought about it more, he came to realize that Naruto was able to do it because of his white flames. Since he had seen how powerful they were from earlier, and given how they were far stronger than ordinary flames, it would make sense from them to allow Naruto to fly. As Iroh watched his young adopted son float in midair, he could help but find it funny how Naruto was able to grasp his jet propulsion skill so quickly. Yet he still had trouble doing ordinary fire-bending moves, although it had still taken a while for Naruto to master the skill, where they trained right up till the last minute. As everyone continued to gawk at Naruto being able to fly, none of them were more surprised than Azula, as she continued to stare at Naruto up in the air, since she still couldn't believe that Naruto was able to do this. But quickly enough, she got over her shock and fired a large ball of fire at Naruto. Seeing this, Naruto, of course, just smirked, where just before the ball of flames could hit him, he disappeared in a blur. After which the next thing anyone who was watching the fight saw was Naruto appearing behind Azula and sweeping her legs from behind, causing her to fall on her back. The reason Naruto was able to do this was because not only could his flames allow him to fly in the air, but also allow him to move at incredible speed due to their high velocity. After which Naruto then stooped over her, ready to deliver the final blow. "What are you waiting for? Finish it," declared the young fire princess, as she knew she was finished. "I don't need to. I already won," stated Naruto, where he looked match observer, who just nodded. "The battle is over. The winner is Prince Naruto." Upon the announcement of Naruto winning the match, the entire chamber broke up in a thunderous applause. The loudest of cheers, of course, came from the palace servants and off-duty royal guards, who had cheered Naruto on from the beginning. Many of the noble families even joined in the applause, as they had all been impressed with Naruto's skill, especially with his new white flames. Others, of course, just remained shocked, as many of them couldn't believe that Naruto, a low-class foreign orphan, who through a stroke of luck was adopted into the royal family, defeated the Fire Lord's daughter, Azula, a fire-bending prodigy. As Naruto heard the cheering people, he could not help but smile, as people were finally starting to acknowledge him. But when he held out his hand to lift Azula up as an offer of friendship and respect for fighting so well, Azula smacked his hand away angrily. "Don't touch me, you filthy commoner. I don't want your pity." At this, Naruto only shook his head in disappointment and started to walk away towards his adopted father, who had walked up the platform with his guards and were heading towards them. Once Azula was back up on her feet and saw Naruto with his back turned against her, the young princess sought a chance to strike back. "Don't you ever turn your back against me, peasant," said the girl angrily, as her defeat to Naruto was still fresh on her mind, where she prepared to send a stream of fire at Naruto. Seeing this, Iroh prepared to act and stop her attack, but before he could, his brother Ozai appeared behind her and grabbed hold of her shoulder and stopped from firing her attack. "That's enough," hissed Ozai angrily, as he was furious at how his daughter lost to Naruto. "Do not shame me any more than you already have." At this, Azula relented, as she dared not disobey her father, although she did spare an angry glare at Naruto, who just sighed again with disappointed when he saw this. After which he then walked up to his adopted father and who was smiling proudly at him. "Well done, Naruto. I am very proud of you," said Iroh. "You fought very well, Naruto," stated Hu, with a small smile. "You sure showed little Miss Princess, who is top dog," said Zhang lowly to Naruto, so that Azula and Ozai wouldn't hear him. "EK!" cried Shao Zi, as he jumped off Iroh's shoulder and onto Naruto's and smiled at him, who then smiled in return and panted the little monkey softly on the head. "Thanks, you guys. I couldn't have done it if it wasn't for your help." For the next few minutes, Iroh and his guards continued to congratulate Naruto on his victory. Although the congratulations soon came to an end, when Ozai came up to them and was accompanied by a seething Azula and a silent Zuko, who gave the Naruto a quick smirk in congratulations, before go back to a neutral facade when his father glanced at him. At seeing this, Naruto smiled, as he knew how much his older cousin had wanted to see Azula be brought down a peg or two, given all the times Azula teased and made fun of him. "A most impressive battle," spoke Ozai with a neutral tone, although when he looked at Naruto, the young blonde could see the silent, cold rage in his eyes, as the defeat of his prized daughter at the hands of a foreign commoner was beyond insulting to him. "Thanks, you Fire Lord Ozai," replied Naruto in a respectful tone, as he knew what would happen if he spoke to his adopted uncle in a disrespectful tone. "Perhaps you could tell me, brother, how your son came to wield these white flames?" asked Ozai, as he narrowed his eyes and looked at his older brother, since he was certain that Iroh had somehow taught Naruto how to create the white flames. This question, of course, did not surprise or worry Iroh, as he expected his brother to ask this. But before he could answer the Fire Lord, Naruto spoke up. "The reason why I can create my white flames is because of my bloodline, Fire Lord Ozai," said Naruto. "Bloodline?" spoke Ozai in surprise, where both Azula and Zuko looked at Naruto in surprise. "Yes," lied Naruto, as this was a lie Iroh had come up with to cover up Naruto's unique flames. Since Iroh knew that if Ozai knew the truth, he would try to use Naruto as some kind of human weapon against the other nations and bring about an untold amount of destruction about the lands. Ozai, of course, knew about bloodlines, as when his brother returned to the Fire Nation with Naruto, he had him write up a report about the elemental continuant and everything he learned about it and the warrior race that were called shinobi. In the report, it mentioned bloodlines and how they were only possessed by certain members in a clan or family of shinobi. Zuko and Azula also, of course, knew about bloodlines, as Iroh and Naruto had mentioned it to them not long after Iroh returned to the Fire Nation with Naruto. "And why exactly was I not informed of this when you first arrived?" asked Ozai with narrowed eyes. "I'm afraid I did not know of Naruto abilities at the time. Naruto himself did not know until he started training with me to fire bend," answered Iroh with a half-lie. At this, Ozai narrowed his eyes further, although soon accepted the story, as like his brother, Ozai found the abilities of bloodlines interesting. He had also thought about sending an expedition to the elemental continuant in the hope of obtaining shinobis with some of these bloodlines, since he believed that they would be highly useful in their war against the Earth Kingdom. But now it seemed that fate had decided to send them Naruto, who possessed one of these bloodlines, which allowed him to conjure powerful white flames that could overpower and consume all other fire and destroy anything they hit, along with who knew what else. As Ozai stared at Naruto with a calculating look, he began to ponder on how he could use Naruto and his white flames. Since he found the idea of have a group of elite firebenders with the ability to create powerful white flames highly appealing. As the Fire Lord thought about this, he grew to like the idea more and more. Although as he did, he began to wonder how he could do this, as given what he knew about bloodlines, he knew they couldn't be taught to other people. The abilities of bloodlines could only be inherited by the children of those who wielded them. But as he thought about this, an idea suddenly appeared in his head, where he then looked at Naruto and then to his daughter, who was still glaring at the young blonde. It was then that a small dark smirk appeared on his face, which made Iroh and Naruto become slightly worried. If I can't get the boy to teach other how to create these flames of his, perhaps I can breed them out of him, thought Ozai darkly, despite the fact that he found the very idea of mixing the royal blood of his family with the blood of a foreign commoner appalling. Ozai believed that the rewards were more than worth the price, as combine Azula's natural talent with Naruto's white flames, and the two of them could breed an unstoppable force of firebenders. But even still, given what had happened here, he knew that his daughter would violently resist the idea of marrying Naruto, and he was certain that both Iroh and Naruto himself would also object it. Hence he decided that he would find some way of getting the two of them to wed, whether it was through force or through manipulation. It didn't even matter to him if the two of them weren't in love. All he wanted was for them to produce children with Naruto abilities. As Ozai continued to think over his idea, Tai Lee walked over to the group to congratulate both Naruto and Azula on fighting so well. Azula, Naruto, you two were great. You were all whoosh, pow, waff, woof, and vruh, stated Tai Lee as she swung her arms around excitedly, whereafter seeing Azula upset, she then went to hug Azula in an attempt to console her on Lost and say that it was okay. But before she could, Azula pushed her away angrily. "Don't touch me. I don't want your sympathy," stated Azula angrily, after which she then stormed off. Seeing this, Tai Lee went after her friend in the hope of cheering her up, but before she left, she went over to Naruto and gave him a strong hug. This, of course, caused Naruto to blush, since it was the first time a girl had ever hugged him like that. "I'm glad you're safe. You were great, Whiskers," she whispered into Naruto's right ear before she let go of him, using the nickname she would call him from time to time. Ah, to be young, thought Iroh with a smile, when he saw the blush on his adopted son's face when Tai Lee hugged him. Mai also turned to join Tai Lee in going after Tai Lee, but not before giving Naruto a small smile and saying, "Not bad, Naruto," before turning to go after Tai Lee and Azula. At this, Naruto only smiled, after which he and his adopted father and their guards excused themselves from Ozai and walked off the platform, where they were greeted by many of the spectators, who all wanted to congratulate Naruto on his win and say how impressed they were with his new powers and his skill. Soon after, Naruto and his father were able to escape the crowd and went to Iroh's room to celebrate in their own way by having some tea and a friendly game of pie show. And 1. Hu and Zhang are Naruto's personal guards. Go back to the previous chapter to learn about them. 2. Now for those of you who may state that this is untrue, that Ozai can indeed use his flames to fly, I believe it'd be more correct to say that he and Zhang were only able to fly with their flames because Sozin's comet was enhancing their powers. Sure, Azula pulled it off when she attacked the gang at the Western Air Temple, but she could only use short blasts and couldn't use it continually like Ozai and Zhang did in the final episodes. Also, we never see anyone else do it before then, and it would explain how the Fire Nation invaded the air temples. Since at the time they attacked the temples, Sozin's comet had appeared, where they most likely could have used the jet propulsion move to fly up to the temples. Well, another chapter of White Fire Prince dusted. Hope you all enjoyed the fight between Naruto and Azula and how Naruto used his flames. Also sorry about the chapter being about a week late. It was just several things came where when I finished, I was just too tired to write. Now in the next chapter will involve Naruto learning that he can bend more than one element, which one will be answered in the next chapter. He and Zuko will also leave the capital for a while and train with new master together and in another fighting art. What fighting art and what master will be answered also in the next chapter as well. Again, hope you all enjoyed the chapter, so please read and review, as I like to hear your opinions of it. Please note that I will answer all your reviews, as I believe that authors should reply to their reviewers. Also note that any suggestions for the story are welcome and will be listened to, and I will tell you what I think of them. Another thing to note is that flames are not welcome here, as I force no one to read my stories, and if you don't like them, then don't read them. Also, please note that all flames will be ignored or the flammers will be flamed back. Also, as I stated in my previous chapters, know that my grammar and spelling could be a problem for some people, and I'm sorry, but I'm doing the best I can with what I got. Previously on Whitefire Prince. I'm glad you're safe. You were great, Whiskers, she whispered into Naruto's right ear before she let go of him, using the nickname she would call him from time to time. Ah, to be young, thought Iroh with a smile, when he saw the blush on his adopted son's face when Tai Li hugged him. Mai also turned to join Tai Li in going after Tai Li, but not before giving Naruto a small smile and saying, "Not bad, Naruto," before turning to go after Tai Li and Azula. At this, Naruto only smiled, after which he and his adopted father and their guards excused themselves from Ozai and walked off the platform, where they were greeted by many of the spectators, who all wanted to congratulate Naruto on his win and say how impressed they were with his new powers and his skill. Soon after, Naruto and his father were able to escape the crowd and went to Iroha's room to celebrate in their own way by having some tea and a friendly game of pie show. With Naruto, almost 2 years after the fight between him and Azula, things for the now 11-year-old Naruto had gone fairly smoothly. In fact, in some ways they improved. After a year of hard training under his adopted father, Naruto's fire-bending skills had improved greatly from the time of his battle with Azula. He could now control his flames better without them blasting him away. His skill in flying also improved greatly, where he could fly in the sky at even greater speed and maneuver better when flying. Although he still had trouble making sharp turns and in landing, especially if he was flying at high speed, where he had more than one crash landing. After his fight with Azula, Naruto had also become the hero of the palace servants and the lower class guards, for he had won an important battle between the common class and the higher class, where he had soundly defeated Azula in front of everyone in fair battle and proven that even a common-born boy could defeat a member of the royal family. After the battle, the servants and many of the guards went out of their way to pay their respects by offering anything he could want and calling him by his official title and even bowing to him. Naruto, of course, felt uncomfortable when they did all this, but knew he couldn't do anything about it, since they looked up to him. Naruto's reputation among the more noble families also grew immensely, where many noble families started to treat him with more respect. Some of them even invited him over to their homes for dinner or to introduce him to their families, or to be exact, their daughters. This, of course, did not surprise Naruto, since his adopted father Iroh had explained to him that once he revealed his white flames, many noble families would try and sway Naruto into joining with him by offering one of their daughters' hand in marriage, or better yet, have their daughter draw him to them, allowing them to not only elevate their family status, but also allow them to try and learn the secret to his unique firebending, furthering their status in the Fire Nation. But with many noble families treating him with more respect, there were still those who treated him with disdain, since to them, Naruto had humiliated the noble class by defeating Azula. Furthermore, many were jealous of Naruto's ability to create white flames, which were clearly more powerful than ordinary fire, and felt that he was undeserving of such power. Naruto, of course, ignored these people, since his father had once told him that people can often be jealous of others, who can do things that they cannot, and that it was best to just ignore them. Surprisingly, Azula made no real attempt to avenge her loss to Naruto. In fact, for the most part, the female firebender ignored Naruto and went out of her way to avoid him. It was only later that Naruto learned from Mai that Fire Lord Ozai had ordered his daughter to leave him alone and to not try anything against him. This news, of course, surprised Naruto, since the blonde was certain that if anyone wanted him to pay for defeating Azula, it would be his uncle, given how he had defeated his prized daughter in front of most of the royal court. He even later heard that relations between father and daughter soured a bit, due to some argument that happened between the two. What exactly the argument was about, no one knew. But regardless of her father's orders, Azula made sure to make Naruto pay in some way, where she made sure that both Tai, Lee, and Mai were around her as much as possible and limited Naruto's time with them. This, of course, hurt Naruto greatly, since he hardly ever got to see either of his female friends. But fortunately, he still had Zuko and Xiao Zi to hang around with, as well as his adopted father, his personal guard Zhang, and Hu, and some of the palace servants and guards. Another thing that changed over the past year was his relationship with Ozai, where the Fire Lord actually treated him with some measure of respect and was actually courteous to Naruto and spoke to him at times in a respectful tone. He even stopped making snide remarks about Naruto being common-born and complimented him. He also had Naruto and Azula spar with one another once a week under his direct supervision, under the guise of improving both their firebending. To most people, these attempts by Ozai were signs of him warming up to Naruto, but these were in fact just ways to learn more about Naruto White Flames. Both Iroh and Naruto quickly realized what Ozai's true intentions were, which was why Iroh always made sure that he was with Naruto when he went to have his spars with Azula. So to make sure that things would not go too far between the two of them, and to make sure that his brother did not try anything on Naruto. But what neither of them knew was that Ozai had a secondary objection. He hoped to use the spars as a way for Azula and Naruto to become closer with one another, where he could eventually arrange a marriage between the two of them. Unfortunately, that plan was failing miserably, where all the sparring did was inflame the rivalry between the two cousins even more. It of course didn't help matters that Azula utterly resented the idea of marrying Naruto, especially after her humiliating defeat to Naruto in front of most of the palace and the noble families. The fact that she lost to a lowly commoner still burned her, especially since Naruto possessed flames that could easily overcome her own flames. This heated rivalry and dislike of her adopted cousin was the result of the dispute between the father and daughter, where Ozai wanted her to get closer to him, while she wanted nothing more than to defeat and kill him. Currently, Naruto was walking through the palace looking for his father, who he was supposed to meet for training. After looking in the usual places his father liked to go in the palace, Naruto decided to see if he was in his room. Accompanying Naruto, as always, was Xiao Zi, who sat on Naruto's shoulder. Once they arrived at his adopted father's room, Naruto knocked on his door. But after receiving no reply, Naruto opened the double doors and looked in to make sure. When Naruto entered the room, he found that his adopted father wasn't in his room and guessed that he was probably still in the War Council meeting with the Fire Lord and the other generals. Deciding to wait here until his father returned, Naruto went over to the large bookshelf in his father's room, which was filled with various books and scrolls that his father had collected over the years. At the same time, Xiao Zi jumped off Naruto's shoulder and went over into a small table filled with fruit and began to munch on a red apple. Not knowing how long he would have to wait until his adopted father's return, Naruto decided to look at some of the scrolls and maybe try out a new firebending move and practice it before his father returned. After taking a scroll and opening it, Naruto was surprised to see that the scroll he had found was not a firebending scroll like he thought. Instead, it was an airbending scroll. 1. An airbending scroll, but where did Dad find this? And why would he even have this? Naruto thought in surprise, since airbenders were basically extinct. Naruto, of course, knew about airbenders from his father, since before coming to the Fire Nation, Iroh had made sure Naruto knew the true history of the four great nations and not the Fire Nation propaganda version. From what Naruto remembered about the air nomads, They were the smallest of the four nations. Yet they were a peaceful people who were deeply spiritual and lived in harmony with nature. They were also the only nation whose population was made up entirely of benders. From what his adopted father had told him, they lived on large temples that were built on mountain tops, hidden away in high mountain ranges, and traveled around on flying bison, who were also said to be the first beings to airbend, much like how dragons were the first to firebend. Naruto had also heard from his father that in many ways the air nomads were like him, Naruto, where they were fun-loving and had a strong sense of humor. Yet despite their peaceful nature, they were not safe from the war, where 100 years ago, in the first years of the war, Fire Lord Sozin launched a devastating attack on the air nomads, where according to Fire Nation history, Fire Lord Sozin marched his army to face the air nomad army and defeated them in a great battle. But the truth was Fire Lord Sozin attacked the air nomads in a coordinated and unprovoked surprise attack on their temples, where he had his armies massacre every air nomad, right down to the last child. According to his adopted father, the reason why Sozin had ordered this mass genocide of the air nomads was all to get one person, the Avatar, the only person in the world who has the ability to master all four of the elemental bending arts. Yet despite wiping out most of the air nomads, the Avatar somehow escaped and hasn't been seen in over 100 years. This was of course something Naruto hated about his new home, not only because they started a pointless war to conquer the other nations, but also because they wiped out an entire people, something Naruto found was inexcusable. As Naruto looked at the scroll, he found several of the airbending moves to be pretty cool and wondered if he could incorporate some of the moves with his firebending. Deciding to try one of the moves out and see how it felt like, Naruto slowly started to do the moves done on the scroll. 2. Just as he finished doing the move, a large gush of air erupted from his hands. At the same time, the door to the room opened up and the person was blown out of the room just as he entered it. When Naruto saw what he had done, and he immediately looked up and saw that the person he had blown out of the room was his adopted father Iroh. "Dad, are you okay?" Naruto cried as he raced over to Iroh, who had smashed into the wall behind him. "Oh, I'm afraid not, as I don't believe I will ever be able to dance the same way again." As soon as Naruto heard his father say this, he smiled, knowing he was okay. "That might be a good thing, Dad, as to be honest, your moves weren't exactly that great." "What?" said Iroh in a mock and overdramatic tone, as Naruto helped him back up. "I will have you know that when I was young, I was praised by all for my camelelephant strut." "Yeah, maybe back before the war started," Naruto said with a smile as he led his father back into the room and helped him to a nearby seat. "I'm old, but I'm not that old," Iroh said with a smile. "But if you don't mind, could you tell me what happened?" As one minute I was opening the door, and the next I was making a rather impressive imitation of a messenger hawk. At least until I had the ill fortune of bumping into the wall. "Hey, sorry, that was kind of my fault. You see, I came here looking for you, since we were supposed to train today. But I couldn't find you, so I decided to wait here until you showed up and maybe look at some of the scrolls you had in the wall." "What scroll did you look at?" "This," Naruto said as he showed his father the airbending scroll. "How do you have this?" "I came across this scroll when I was campaigning in the Earth Kingdom and decided to keep it so that it wouldn't be destroyed. But how was I able to airbend just now? I thought only the Avatar could use the other bending arts. Wait, I can't be the Avatar, can I?" Naruto asked, as he knew about the Avatar from his father when they were first traveling to the Fire Nation. "No, I don't believe so, Naruto. You're much too young, and the last no Avatar was said to have come from the air nomads and lived over 100 years ago and disappeared right before the war started. But he would be long dead by now, and you said that right after the Avatar dies, he or she is reborn." "Yes, but if that was true, the Avatar would have been reborn in the Water Tribe and then the Earth Kingdom, neither of which happened, which is why the Fire Nation believes he is still alive somewhere or was simply never reborn in air nomads. But if that's true, then how am I able to airbend?" At this question, Iroh remained silent as he tried to think of a way to explain how Naruto could airbend. Eventually, though, he remembered something and quickly went over to his bookshelf and took one of the large books from it and opened it up. For the next few minutes, Naruto watched his father look through the book, scanning each page for only a few seconds before turning to the next page. Seeing this, Naruto naturally asked his father what he was looking for in the book, but surprising his father ignored him and continued to look through the book. After a few minutes of searching, though, Naruto heard his father cry in triumph. Yes, I believe this explains everything. What is it, Dad? What did you find? I believe I found a reason why you're able to use both airbending and firebending. How? What is that book? This book is something I picked up right before I found you, Naruto. You see, according to this book, your people are born with a naturally affinity for a specific element, much like how people from the Fire Nation can firebend. But unlike the four great nations, your people's affinity for elements is defined genetically, not by one's nationality. Also, unlike benders, your people can use more than one element. I believe you have an affinity for wind, which is how you're able to airbend. It also explains why you were unable to firebend until the Kyuubi gave you the ability. So because I have a natural affinity for wind, and because I come from the elemental continent, I can bend both fire and wind. Yes, although it's also possible that you also have a hidden talent for airbending as well, which would explain how you did it naturally just now. This is awesome. Naruto cheered as he thought about all the different things he could do once he could learn to airbend. But as he was cheering, a somber look appeared on his father's face. Seeing this, Naruto quickly looked back at him. What's wrong, Dad? I thought this would be a good thing. Oh, it is, Naruto. It is wonderful, the former fire general said. But it also puts you in a very unique position that could place you in grave danger. What do you mean? If you were to reveal that you could airbend, there are others in the Fire Nation who would believe like you did, that you're the Avatar. Even if we explain our belief, most might not believe us. And even if they did, it would make you an even bigger target for my brother. What do you mean? The reason why I was so late was because I was talking to one of your servant friends, who told me of an argument she overheard between my brother and Princess Azula. What sort of argument? It seems my brother desires to find a way to use your unique white flames for himself. According to the servant, my brother wants Princess Azula to get closer to you and later arrange a marriage between the two of you. Wow, hat. Me marry Azula. Naruto yelled loudly, causing Xiao Zi cry in surprise before hiding behind the fruit bowl. Naruto, my boy, please do not hell. Iroh pleaded gently, as he preferred not to go deaf just yet, not to mention he was worried that someone would overhear them. Sorry, but the idea of me marrying Azula is just yuck. Naruto said in disgust at the idea, since Azula was his cousin, sure not in blood, but still she was technically his cousin. I understand, although I have to tell you such things are not that uncommon in noble families. Naruto, of course, couldn't help but shudder at the idea, while also affirming his belief that noble families were weird. I guess that explains why the Fire Lord has been so nice to me. Yes, although I will admit, I did not think he would go to such lengths to obtain your white flames. I also have no doubts that if he learned of your ability to airbend, he would go to even greater lengths. For you're the first person other than the Avatar to have the ability to bend more than one element. But how exactly would me marrying Azula help him gain my white flames? It's not like I could teach other people how to use them. I fear it, because we made my brother think that your white flames were a bloodline, and he believes that if you and Princess Azula were to marry and have children, your children would inherit the ability to use white flames, allowing him to have an elite group of firebenders, unlike any others that have exist. I'm guessing that Azula doesn't agree with the Fire Lord's plan? Naruto asked, since it would explain the slight hostility between the father and the daughter. Yes, it seems that Princess Azula finds the idea of marrying you as deplorable as you do, Iroh replied, since this disagreement helped them. But I fear it is only a matter of time before my brother eventually forces his will and gets her to agree. Well, she welcome to try. But it will never happen, Naruto said with a slight laugh, as the idea of Azula flirting was laughable to say the least. Even more so, since Naruto was fairly sure that Azula didn't even know how to flirt with a boy, let alone try and seduce him. She preferred to intimidate or scare people into doing what she wanted. Perhaps, but I would not be surprised if my brother tries and force a marriage between the two of you, Iroh mentioned. Can he do that? Naruto asked in surprise. There are very few things that the Fire Lord cannot do, Naruto, which is why I believe it may be best if you leave the capital for a while and stay out of sight. At least until I can think of something that will keep my brother from doing anything like that. But where will I go? Recently, I have heard Prince Zuko will be leaving shortly to train in swordsmanship under Master Piandao, the Fire Nation's finest swords master and maker. I believe I will be able to arrange for you to go with Prince Zuko and study under Master Piandao, as well under the guises of training in swordsmanship as well. But I don't want to leave, Naruto said as he did not like the idea of leaving his father. And I do not wish you to leave either, Naruto said Iroh gently as he placed his hand on Naruto's shoulder. But this is for the best until things here settle. Besides, you will have Prince Zuko to keep you company, and although I'm sure he wouldn't admit it, I believe he would appreciate having a friend with him. Besides, you don't want to be hanging around with an old man like me all the time. You might start to smell like me. After saying this, Naruto moved forward and hugged his adopted father tightly. I don't care if I do smell or not. You're my dad and I love you. When Naruto said this, a small tear fell from Iroh's eye, and he gently hugged his adopted son back. I love you too, Naruto. 2 weeks later. After a long journey from the capital, the two Fire Nation princes Zuko and Naruto arrived at Master Piandao's castle. The two princes had been escorted to the castle by a royal procession, so to ensure their safety, but once they arrived at the castle, Piandao's butler Fat insisted that they were to leave and that only Naruto and Zuko would be allowed to enter. Naturally, the guards argued against this, but eventually Zuko ordered the guards that they were to leave, stating that they would be fine. Once Zuko ordered them to leave, the guards reluctantly obeyed and left, after which the two princes were allowed to enter. After traveling through the large castle courtyard and halls, they eventually entered a large room with large windows all around so to let the sunlight in. Once they entered the room, Naruto and Zuko saw a man sitting alone with his back turned to them performing calligraphy. Naturally, when they saw him, the two princes correctly assumed that this was Master Piandao. But to their surprise, he did not turn to them and ignored their presence and continued to draw. Unsure of what to say or do, both Zuko and Naruto looked to one another to see if the other knew what they should do next. Seeing that neither had a clue as to what to do, both boys shrugged their shoulders and decided to wait for the master swordsman to acknowledge them, knowing that to try and force the man's attention of them could result in them being expelled from the castle. As the boys waited for Master Piandao to acknowledge their presence, Xiao Zi, who had been hiding underneath Naruto's shirt, popped his head out of Naruto's shirt. Seeing his little friend, Naruto tried to get the little monkey to go back underneath his shirt. Unfortunately, Xiao Zi was much too curious as to where he was to do what his master wanted and jumped out Naruto's shirt. Xiao Zi no. Naruto hissed angrily after the small monkey escaped. After escaping Naruto, Xiao Zi looked around his new surrounds, and upon seeing Master Piandao, he went over to see what the man was doing before Naruto could capture him. Once the little monkey reached the Elder Master, he quickly climbed up the man's back and onto his shoulder to see what he was doing. Seeing this, Naruto started to panic, fearing that his small friend would anger Piandao. Zuko, on the other hand, could only groan with annoyance. He had expected something like this to happen, which was why he told Naruto to leave Xiao Zi with his father. But his blonde cousin could not bear to leave his pet behind and snuck him with him. After seeing Xiao Zi climb Piandao's back and onto his shoulder, the elder teen smacked his forehead with annoyance and shook his head. Fearing what would happen, Naruto was about to apologize to the Elder Master and go over and take Xiao Zi off his shoulder. But before he could say or do anything, Piandao placed his brush down and started to pant the small monkey on the head with his index finger. Hmm, little fellow, a fitting name, the elder sword master commented, before he picked up the little monkey off his shoulder and into his left hand and continued to pet Xiao Zi on the head. 4. After about a minute, Piandao turned around to look at the two boys, all the while he continued to pet the little monkey in his hand. Piandao was a tall, thin, elderly-looking man with short black hair that was tied up in a small knot and a small, well-trimmed beard and stern-looking face. When the master looked at the two princes, he soon turned to Naruto. I am assuming, given your appearance, that you are Prince Naruto, General Iroha's son, and this little one here is your pet. Yeah, yes I am, and yes, Xiao Zi belongs with me. But I consider him my friend more than a pet, and I'm sorry about him bothering you. That is quite all right. He obviously meant no harm, but I believe you should teach him to be more careful, as being too curious can be dangerous for someone so small. Oh, Naruto promised, while at the same time glad that Piandao was not angry, as was Zuko, where he let out a sigh of relief. Naruto, that is a rather unusual name. It means maelstrom, where I come from, Naruto answered, leaving out how the fact that his name also meant fish cake, since he never liked that about his name, even though it was a topping of his favorite food, ramen. I see. Very interesting. I have also heard that you come from a land far from the Fire Nation and the other four nations, and that it is filled with a warrior class with unique abilities, some of which are very similar to the bending arts, and that you are able to summon unique white flames that do not die. Yes, I can. I can also tell you a bit about where I come from if you're interested, Naruto said, hoping to make a good impression with the master swordsman. I will admit, I would enjoy hearing about a land I have never seen or heard of before. But we will have to leave that matter for another time, as we are moving away from the matter at hand, which involves why you are both here, Piandao answered. Now, as you both know, I was contacted by your respected fathers to teach you the art of the sword. Normally, I would refuse such requests, but even I cannot refuse the Fire Lord or the Dragon of the West when they ask me to teach you both. But I want to make this perfectly clear. You are to do everything I say without question. I will not refer to either of you by your titles, but you will call me Master. The art of the sword is a long and arduous path, and to master will not be easy. You will have to work hard and keep your mind open to all possibilities. If I am not happy with your progress, I will send you back to your fathers, regardless of the consequences. Am I clear? Yes, Master, replied both princes and bowed lowly to show that they understood. Good, Piandao replied, who seemed pleased with Naruto and Zuko's responses. We will begin training tomorrow. Zuko, you may leave. Fat here will show you to your room. And what about me, Master? Naruto asked. You will stay, Naruto. I wish to talk to you about a private matter concerning your father. Piandao answered. Curious, Naruto looked to his cousin Zuko, who just shrugged his shoulders, as like Naruto, he had no clue what Piandao was talking about. But once Zuko and Fat left the room, Piandao turned his attention back to the blonde boy. When your father contacted me asking for me to teach you swordsmanship, he also asked me to help in several other matters, one of which involved your ability to perform airbending. He told you about that? Naruto asked in surprise. He did, but you need not worry. I will keep your secret and help you train in it. But how? Naruto asked, since he highly doubted that the old swords master was a secret airbender as well. Oh, I've seen a lot of things in my time, and have picked up a thing or two that may be of some help to you, Piandao replied with a knowing smile. Now, as I've been led to understand your father gave you a scroll on airbending, is that correct? Piandao asked, to which Naruto nodded. Good, that should help speed things along. But still, as you're aware, we must keep this secret, which is why we will perform your airbending training at night, and keep it hidden from your cousin. After Piandao said this, Naruto just nodded. Normally, he would have objected to this, since he trusted his cousin. But his father explained to him before he left that the fewer people knew about his ability to airbend, the safer everyone would be. Once Piandao saw Naruto's nod, he decided to move on to the next issue he wanted to talk to Naruto about. Now, on to the next matter your father wanted me to help you with. Tell me, Naruto, has your father told you of the Order of the White Lotus? No, Naruto said as he shook his head. What's that? The Order of the White Lotus is an ancient and secret society that transcends the boundaries of the four nations, seeking philosophy, beauty, and truth. They are devoted to the sharing of ancient knowledge across national and political divides. It was formed centuries ago by the wisest scholars from all over the world. The order began as a club where these ancient masters could challenge one another on the pie show table. They derived their name from the white lotus tile used in pie show, a key element in their strategy. So my dad and you are a member of this white lotus order thing? Naruto asked. Yes, although your father is much more than just a member. He is the Grand Master and Grand Lotus of the order, a position that few have ever held in the order. When Naruto heard this, he was naturally surprised, as he never would have expected his father held such an important position in a secret society. But what do I have to do with the White Lotus? I'm not a member. Not yet. Your father has asked me to not only train in swordsmanship and help you with your airbending, but to also make you a Lotus Apprentice 3. While you're studying here, I will teach you of our ancient ways and show you things that few people have ever seen. When Piandao finished explaining, Naruto was naturally left stunned, as he couldn't believe that he was going to join an ancient secret society like the White Lotus. But before he could get too excited, he suddenly thought of something. But why me? Is it because my dad is a grandmaster? Or is it because of my white flames? Not exactly, answered Piandao. Although your white flames are highly unusual, and the fact you are the first person other than the Avatar to be able to bend more than one element. The reason why your father wants you to join the Order of the White Lotus is because he believes that you will have an enormous impact on the four nations and will need the Order's help to be ready for it. But how? For centuries, your people and the four nations have been separated by a great sea and have never come into contact with one another, let alone even known that the other existed. But when your father landed in your land and brought you back here, he revealed that there were other people and places that weren't known with abilities completely new to us. He also did the same thing for your people by landing there, and by raising you here, he has made you a person of both lands and people. You have the potential of being a bridge between the four nations and your birthland, something that could change everything for both us and your people. When Piandao finished explaining things, Naruto did not know what to say, as he couldn't believe that his dad was putting so much fate into him. But what if I mess things up? What if I bring the war to the elemental continent? What if people in my village still hate me and turn on Dad and the others? What if? Naruto said, but before he could finish, Piandao interrupted him. I know that this may be a great deal to take in and is a heavy burden, Naruto, but I believe you will make the right decisions and will rise to the occasion. As your father has fate in you, and the Grand Lotus is not a man who would play something like this on you unless he believed you could handle it. Besides, I am certain that you will not be alone when the time comes. When Naruto heard this, Naruto started to calm down a bit, after which Piandao stood up and handed Xiao Zi back to Naruto, who jumped onto the blonde's right shoulder. Now, then, said Piandao as he placed his left hand on Naruto's free shoulder, and it gave him a kind smile. I think it's time that I showed you to your room and allow you to get settled. Dinner will soon be ready, and I must confess Fat is a rather good cook. Nodding at this, Naruto allowed the elder man to lead the way, where the two of them quickly exited the room. 6 months later. After arriving at Master Piandao's castle, the past 6 months flew by fairly quickly for the two boys. When the boys first started training, Master Piandao had them practice painting, writing, drawing, and calligraphy. Naturally, the two princes didn't see much point in doing this, but they followed their master's orders without question, just as they promised before they started. But later, Piandao explained that calligraphy, drawing, and other forms of art allowed a swordsman to keep his mind sharp, focused, and fluid. It also taught them how to take in their surroundings and remember them when they only have a second to look at them. At first, neither Zuko nor Naruto showed much talent for drawing, painting, or calligraphy. But as time moved on, they slowly got better and improved, although they were far from master artists. Later, the boys moved on to more physical training, learning and practicing different sword moves with wooden swords. After that, they would then spar with Fat, who surprisingly turned out to be a skilled swordsman. As time moved on, Piandao started teaching them rock gardening, saying that it taught them how to use their surroundings to their advantage. Remarkably, both Naruto and Zuko showed impressive improvement within a few months, where in a short amount of time, both of them were able to defeat Fat in their spars. Seeing this, Master Piandao had the two boys spar with one another or against him. He would even sometimes spar against both of them at the same time. Although the result remained the same every time, where both boys would get their asses handed to them by the elder man. 4 months into their training, Master Piandao decided that both Naruto and Zuko were ready to have their own swords and would make it themselves. Naturally, both boys were pleased to hear this, and after choosing what type of swords they would make and what materialized their swords would be made out of, they began to work on them, with the help of Piandao and Fat. It took about a month of hard work to make them, but eventually their swords were complete. Zuko chose to make a pair of dual Dao swords, while Naruto made a long silver katana with no guard and a pure handle and white sheath. 5. Once the swords were made, Piandao had Naruto and Zuko train in using them, knowing that using real swords were much different from wooden training swords, given their weight and shape. Also during the 6 months, on every second night after he arrived at the castle, Naruto began his training as an apprentice lotus. During these nights, he learned more about the Order of the White Lotus and its ways, which included playing Pai Sho. This, of course, came of no great surprise to Naruto, given the amount of times his father had him play against him. On every third night, Naruto began his secret training in airbending with the help of Piandao. Unlike his firebending, Naruto's airbending ability came a lot more natural to him, where he was able to grasp the basics of airbending quickly, which he learned from some scrolls Master Piandao had, who received them over the weeks from Iroh, who contacted other White Lotus members for any scrolls, books, or information they had on airbending. Thanks to these scrolls, which taught him the basics, Naruto was able to learn some of the more complex moves that were in the scroll that he found in his father's room. But despite his improvement, Naruto's airbending skills were fairly limited since there was only so many moves the scroll could teach him, and the books and scrolls his father sent were just as limited or didn't tell very much. This was, of course, no great surprise, since not many things survived the genocide of the air nomads. Also during the 6 months, Naruto and Zuko trained together to improve on their firebending. With the help of one another, they steadily improved each other's skill. They also grew closer together, where Zuko actually smiled a lot more and even laughed when Naruto made a joke or did something funny. But like all good things, they eventually came to an end, where Zuko received word from his father, telling him that he was to return to the palace 2 months earlier than they were expected to. When Piandao learned of this, he decided to have one final spar between the two princes under his supervision. "Begin," Piandao yelled. As soon as Piandao yelled begin, the two princes raced forward and began their battle. Once he was close enough, the 13-year-old Zuko attempted a diagonal slash with his left-handed sword, but before it could cut a now 12-year-old Naruto, the blonde boy raised his katana and blocked the slash. Undeterred, Zuko then spun around to the left and attempted to slash at him again, but like before, Naruto was able to block the slash by pushing Zuko's first sword away and spinning around to meet the second. After blocking Zuko's second sword, Naruto then pushed it away and went of the offense, forcing the elder boy to go on the defensive. Naruto, of course, knew he needed to keep Zuko of the defensive, given how he had the advantage of 2 swords, while he only had one. Sadly, though, as the fight continued, Zuko found an opening in Naruto's attacks, allowing him to move away from Naruto and slashing at him from the right side. Seeing this, Naruto was forced to jump away, which then allowed Zuko to go on the attack. Not wanting to give Zuko too much of an advantage, Naruto also went of the attack, where for the next few minutes the two boys clashed in a fury of blades. From his position above the two princes, The master swordsman Piandao watched as his two students battled, giving little ground to each other as they fought. Sitting on his shoulder watching the battle was also Xiao Zi, who from time to time let out little cries, which Piandao guessed were cheers for Naruto and Zuko. Eventually, after a little while, Zuko gained the upper hand thanks to his dual swords and started forcing his cousin back out of the sparring ground and into the wall behind him. But before Zuko could push Naruto back into the wall, the young blonde ducked under one of Zuko's horizontal slashes and attempted to slash at the elder prince's legs. Fortunately, though, Zuko was able to react in time and avoid the slash by jumping into the air. But when he landed back down, Naruto was able to roll away from him and back to the sparring ground. Not wishing to give Naruto any time to attack, Zuko quickly spun around and jumped into the air and attempted a double vertical slash down on Naruto's head with his dual swords. But before the swords could hit, Naruto moved out of the sword's path by jump away and deflect them. After Naruto avoided his double slash, Zuko moved forward and swung his right-hand sword at Naruto, who narrowly blocked the swing with his own sword and was then forced to jump back again to avoid Zuko's second sword, which was coming towards him. Once Naruto had avoided Zuko's attack, the blonde prince attempted to go on the offensive by slashing at Zuko's exposed right side. But before his attack could cut Zuko, the elder prince brought his right sword down and blocked the slash, after which he pushed Naruto's katana away and he attempted a double horizontal slash with his swords. When Naruto saw what Zuko was doing, he quickly took a step back to avoid the double slash, exposing the elder prince to an attack. Unfortunately, before Naruto could take advantage of it, Zuko jumped forward and attempted another double vertical slash. This forced Naruto to step back again to avoid it and expose Zuko to another attack. Seeing a golden opportunity to end the fight, Naruto raised his katana to slash at Zuko. But before he could swing his katana down on Zuko, the dark-haired boy fell backwards and preformed and double kick into Naruto's exposed chest, sending the spiky-haired blonde flying into the wall behind him. When Piandao saw this, he smiled, since Zuko had improved a great deal in his agility and flexibility after training so much with Naruto. Back when the boys first started sparring with one another, Piandao saw how agile and fast the blonde was. Knowing how valuable such skills were in a sword fight, Piandao had Zuko train with Naruto to improve his agility. But as much as Zuko's agility and speed had improved, Naruto was still much faster and much more agile. He showed this when he performed a mid-air flip, which allowed his feet to hit the wall first, where he then used the wall to propel himself towards Zuko. When Zuko got back on his feet, he was of course surprised to see Naruto flying towards him and was barely able to lift his sword up in time to block Naruto's attack. But once he did, he pushed the blonde away and attempted to slash at him with his right-hand sword. Seeing the sword, Naruto jumped into the air to avoid it and attempted a downward slash on Zuko, who then dragged his sword onto the ground and set some dirt flying into Naruto's eyes, blinding him momentarily and forcing him to halt his attack and to move away from his cousin. Not wanting to let go of his advantage, Zuko moved forward and attacked Naruto, who had just regained his sight. Acting fast, Naruto brought his katana up and went to the defensive, blocking each of Zuko's attacks with his katana. As the fight continued, Zuko unleashed a series of relentless attacks on Naruto, preventing him from making any kind of counterattack and forcing the blonde fall back. But when Naruto blocked a downward slash from Zuko's right-hand sword, the spiky-haired prince angled the flat side of his blade to reflect the sun into Zuko's eyes, blinding the elder boy and allowing Naruto to knock the sword from his hand. Recovering quickly, Zuko raised his left-hand sword up and tried to slash at Naruto. Seeing the incoming sword from the corner of his eye, Naruto brought his katana up and blocked the slash. He then maneuvered his katana to form a small arc with Zuko's sword, forcing the elder boy to drop his sword. With Zuko, now swordless, Naruto moved in to finish the fight, but before Naruto could deliver the final blow, Zuko preformed a backwards flip, allowing him to land near one of his fallen sword. When Naruto saw where Zuko landed, he quickly raced over to stop him from picking up his sword. But sadly, he was too late, and Zuko was able to block Naruto's strike. He then pushed Naruto's sword away and quickly rolled over to his second sword. After which he then raced over to the steps at the other end of the sparring ground and into the bamboo forest nearby. When Naruto saw where was heading, he quickly chased after his cousin and entered the bamboo forest. Seeing that Naruto was chasing after him, Zuko began to cut the bamboo trees around him, obstructing Naruto's path, forcing him to cut the fallen trees and giving Zuko more time to move away. But eventually Naruto began to catch up on Zuko, who was then used the bamboo trees themselves as a weapon, bending them and sending them flying towards Naruto, who was forced to cut them with his katana. Seeing that Zuko was using the bamboo trees against him, Naruto decided to take a page out of the shinobi text up. Using his shinobi training, Naruto jumped to the tops of the bamboo trees and leaped across them, right over Zuko. He snuck up on the unsuspecting Fire Prince and delivered sharp kick to the side of his face, sending him flying to the edge of the forest. Fortunately, Zuko was able to hold on to his dual swords after he was kicked, where once he picked himself up, he saw Naruto racing towards him. Knowing he couldn't take the chance of Naruto sneaking up on him again, Zuko made his way out of the bamboo forest and into the open grass. As soon as both Naruto and Zuko were outside the bamboo forest, the two boys re-engaged each other. Zuko was the first to make his move, where he used his right-hand sword to slash at Naruto, who leaped into the air to avoid it. After which he attempted a downward strike, which Zuko deflected with his left-handed sword. Not letting up, Naruto attacked again, only to have Zuko block his attack and then bring his right-hand sword from the side, which Naruto narrowly deflected with his katana as he took a step back. For the next few minutes, the two boys continued their fierce sword battle, which went back and forth between the two of them. Eventually, though, Zuko gained the upper hand as he forced Naruto to the edge of the nearby steps. Realizing his dangerous position, Naruto quickly preformed a backwards flip and landed at the bottom of the steps. When Naruto landed at the bottom of the steps, the two boys stared intently at one another, waiting to see who would make the first move. Watching from his position, the master swordsman Piandao could tell that this battle was nearing an end and that the next few moves would decide the outcome of the fight. After a few moments of intense staring, Naruto made the first, where he raced up the steps and then jumped up into the air and preformed a powerful downward slash. Wasting no time, Zuko quickly raised his swords to block Naruto's slash, which was stronger than he had expected, forcing him to move back. Not wanting to waste his chance, Naruto pressed his advantage and began force Zuko to the edge of the wall, where he then delivered a strong front kick that sent the elder prince flying down to the sparring ground below. Following after his cousin, Naruto quickly jumped down to the sparring ground, where Zuko had picked himself up and charged at the blonde with his dual swords. Wasting no time, Naruto took up a defensive stance and recommenced his battle with his elder cousin. For the next few minutes, the two boys fought fiercely with one another, each trying to push the other back and gain an edge in their fight. Eventually, Naruto regained his earlier advantage and started to force Zuko back after he jumped into the air to avoid one of Zuko's slashes. He then swung his own sword at Zuko's head, forcing the elder boy to move back. Naruto then pressed his advantage by forcing Zuko to go on the defensive and allowing Naruto to take control of the fight. As the fight dragged on, Zuko was forced further and further back. He, of course, tried to counterattack and force Naruto to go on the defensive. But when he tried, Naruto avoided his double slash and then dragged his sword onto the ground, sent some dirt into his eyes, blinding Zuko temporarily. This then allowed Naruto to knock away Zuko's left sword and send it flying to the other end of the sparring ground. But before Naruto could fully disarm the teen prince, Zuko jumped away and put some distance between them. Unwilling to give Zuko any time to fight back, Naruto moved forward and continued his relentless assault on Zuko, forcing the elder boy to stay on the defensive and move further back. Knowing he needed to do something, Zuko blocked Naruto's downward slashed and pushed the blonde back, catching him off balance and allowing Zuko to attempt a horizontal slash. Luckily, though, Naruto was able to avoid the slash by falling backwards, after which he then used his natural agility to spin around on his back and kick Zuko of his feet and causing him to fall on his back. Once Zuko was on his back, Naruto then jumped on his feet and pointed the tip of his katana directly at Zuko's face. "Looks like I win, Zuzu," Naruto said with a smile, while using Zuko's pet name to annoy his cousin. But to Naruto's surprise, he saw his cousin smirk. "I wouldn't be so sure of that." When Zuko said this, Naruto noticed that the tip of Zuko's sword was pointed at his stomach. At the same time, both boys suddenly heard their master speak. "Enough! The match is over and is a draw." Hearing this, both boys lowered their blades, after which Naruto offered his hand to help Zuko up. But instead, the elder prince picked himself up and walked over to the other end of the sparring ground to pick up his other sword. When Zuko refused his hand, Naruto rolled his eyes in annoyance, since his adopted cousin could be so stubborn at times, as he didn't like being helped, believing it was a sign of weakness. After Zuko got his other sword, the two boys walked over to their master, who had a small smile on his face. When they arrived, Xiao Zi jumped off Piandao's shoulder and into Naruto's arms, after which he climbed up onto Naruto's right shoulder, who smiled and panted the little monkey. "That was very well done, both of you," a pleased Piandao said. "The two of you have shown exceptional skill in the art of the sword, and as you have shown, your hard work and dedication has paid off." When the two boys heard this, they both smiled, since having Piandao say this to them meant a lot to them. "You, Zuko, have shown great skill with your dual Dao swords, using them to your advantage against Naruto. You have also shown resourcefulness and cunning by blinding Naruto and luring him into the bamboo forest and using your surroundings to help you fight him. These are traits that will serve you well later in life. But you also must be more flexible and less rigid and be willing to adapt to a new situation. For the key to being a master of the sword is to always remain open-minded. You also must learn to be calmer, for if you let your emotions control you, you allow your opponent to control the battle." Hearing this, Zuko nodded his head in understanding and said he would try. Nodding, Piandao then turned to Naruto. "You have also shown impressive skill in a short amount of time, Naruto. At first you were wild and untamed, swinging and slashing your sword at everything. But now you have become more focused and precise. You now understand that a sword is a weapon that is to be respected and can be used not only to end lives, but to protect them when needed. Like Zuko, you have the ability to adapt to a situation and have shown to be quite resourceful when you reflected the sun off your blade to blind Zuko. You've even shown to be able to use your speed, agility, and flexibility to your advantage and use them against larger and stronger opponents. But still, you need to learn to mind your surroundings and not allow yourself to be lured into an unfavorable situation by your enemy. You also must learn to plan ahead more, as you take many risks when you fight, which could lead to your downfall if you are not careful." Like Zuko, Naruto nodded in understand and said he would try as well. Seeing this, Piandao's smile grew where he then turned to Zuko. "It was a pleasure teaching you, Prince Zuko, and I'm sorry to see you go soon but I understand that there are duties that you need to attend to at the capital, and I hope you have a safe journey." "Thank you for having me, Master Piandao. I am grateful to you for allowing me to be your student, and I will not forget what you have taught me." "I am pleased to hear that. You were a fine student. Now come, let us have dinner before you leave. Fat has made a farewell meal," Piandao said as he led the two princes to the dining room. Later that day, after having his last meal at Piandao's castle, Zuko returned to his room where he proceeded to gather his belongings and prepare for his journey back to the capital. Once he had finished packing, Zuko suddenly heard a knock on his door. Answering with a "Enter," Zuko saw the door open and Naruto enter the room with Xiao Zi, who gave a cheeky salute to the Fire Prince. "Hey Tsutsu, finished packing?" Naruto asked. "Don't call me that," Zuko said with a glare, since he hated that nickname. "Easy, Zuko, I'm only kidding. I just came to see if you needed any help packing. Grunting at this, Zuko turned away from Naruto, closed his trunk. Thanks, but I'm fine. I just finished. Oh, okay then. Just thought I could help. Naruto replied with a shrug, where he then walked over to the window with his arms crossed behind his head in a relaxed manner. When Naruto did this, Zi immediately jumped up onto the top of the blonde's head, where he then nested himself comfortable into Naruto hair. I still can't believe your dad is calling you back early. You think he could wait 2 more months for you to finish your training here with Master Piandao, Naruto said as he looked out the window overlooking the countryside. Father said he needs me to return to the capital. Unlike you, Naruto, I have duties to perform as heir to the throne. There are things I need to know so that when I become Fire Lord, I can rule this country well, Zuko answered, where he glanced at Naruto, who was still looking out the window in a relaxed manner. Seeing this, Zuko couldn't help but envy Naruto, as there were times he wished he could let go of all the pressures of being heir to the throne and relax now and again and have fun like Naruto. Yeah, I understand, but still it's not going to be the same around here without you, Naruto responded as he turned around to look at Zuko. Yeah, you'll only have Fat now to play your pranks on, Zuko replied with a small smirk, since for the past 6 months from time to time, Naruto had been livening things up in the castle with a few pranks. Naruto, of course, pranked both Fat and Zuko, but could never get Master Piandao. The man seemed to have eyes at the back of his head and always seemed to be a step ahead of Naruto and know where he was hiding. Smiling at this, Naruto walked over to his cousin and offered his hand. Good luck, Zuko. I'll see you in 2 months. Don't let Azula get to you. And keep practicing, as next time we spar, I'm going to kick your ass. Smirking, Zuko thanked Naruto and said he wouldn't let Azula get to him and that Naruto was welcome to try when they spar again. Soon after, Fat arrived, saying the royal procession had arrived to escort him, after which Naruto and Fat helped Zuko with his things and bid farewell to him along with Master Piandao. 6 weeks later. Currently sitting outside in the open rock garden, Master Piandao and Naruto was seated at a small table playing a friendly game of Pai Sho. Sitting next to the board, watching the game, was Zi, who was also playing with the tiles that were not being used. I think this makes me the winner, Master, Naruto said after he placed his final pieces on the board. So it seems, Piandao replied with a raised eyebrow and an impressed look. You've improved a great deal, Naruto, but I would expect nothing less from the son of the Dragon of the West. Thanks, I had good teachers, Naruto answered with a smile. I have to say I will miss these games of ours. When you leave, Piandao said with a small smile and a slightly saddened look, since in a few weeks Naruto would be returning to the capital. But I'm sure your father misses you even more. Yeah, I miss him too. I can't wait to see him again, Naruto said, since he hadn't seen his father in almost 8 months and missed him dearly. I'm sure that he will be very pleased with how you have grown. You've learned the ways of our order well, and when you return to the capital, your father can begin the next stage of your training into the Order of the White Lotus. Thank you, Master Piandao, Naruto said with a slight bow, as he was grateful for everything the master had done for him. Nodding at this, Piandao then smiled again. Now then, if you don't mind, perhaps you would allow me a rematch and allow me to avenge my defeat? Smiling at this, Naruto was about to agree, but before he could respond, Fat came running to him with an agitated look on his face. Prince Naruto, a messenger hawk just arrived with an urgent message from your father, General Iroh. It concerns Prince Zuko. Quickly taking the scroll from Fat, Naruto began to read the message from his father. When he finished, Naruto gasped with disbelief. What does the message say, Naruto? Piandao asked with clear concern in his voice. There was an incident at the palace. Zuko was challenged to an Agni Kai. He lost and was badly hurt from the battle, Naruto said, as he reread the message again to make sure he hadn't misunderstood anything. Shortly, though, he put down the scroll and looked to Piandao. I'm sorry, Master, but I have to go back to the capital today. Of course, Piandao responded before he turned to his butler. Fat, go to the town and order the faster carriage they have. At once, Fat replied before he raced off to the town. Nodding his thanks to the elder man, Naruto quickly picked Xiao Zi and raced off to his room to pack. Several days later, at the palace, standing outside the room of Prince Zuko, the former dragon of the West, Iroh waited for the doctors to finish examining the injured prince. As he waited, he suddenly heard a familiar voice crying out to him, "Dad." When Iroh turned, he saw his adopted son Naruto racing toward him with clear concern on his face. "Naruto," the elder man cried, where he then quickly walked over to meet the blonde, where the two of them hugged each other. "You received my message." "Yeah, I came as quick as I could. How's Zuko?" Naruto asked. When Naruto asked this, the blonde saw a distressed look on his adopted father's face, who clearly hadn't been sleeping much the past few days. "I'm afraid it is not good news. Zuko's face has been badly burnt, where he will have scars that will last him the rest of his life." "What happened? Who would do that to Zuko? Was it Azula?" Naruto asked, as his father's letter never told him who had done it. "No, it was his father, the Fire Lord." "What?" Naruto yelled, his disbelief. For the next few minutes, Naruto listened to what happened to his adopted cousin after he joined a war council meeting and spoke against a plan that would result in the sacrifice of an entire division of new recruits in a diversionary maneuver, seeing it as a betrayal to their patriotism. After Zuko spoke up, his outburst was seen as a grave insult, and Ozai demanded that he participate in an Agni Kai. Zuko had agreed, unaware that he would face his father, the Fire Lord, not the general he had insulted earlier. Iroh then went on to explain that after learning that he was facing his father, Zuko immediately penitent and knelt, refusing to fight, and tearfully begged for his father's forgiveness. When Ozai saw this, he declared Zuko's refusal as a sign of cowardice and another display of disrespect, where he then burnt Zuko's face, ensuring that he would never forget his shame. When Iroh finished telling Naruto what had happened, the blonde boy was left stunned, as he couldn't believe the Fire Lord would do that to his own son. He had, of course, known that Ozai was often cold and uncaring to Zuko, and in some ways cruel to him. But he never would have dreamed that the Fire Lord would do something like this. After a few minutes of digesting the news of what happened to Zuko, a fierce look appeared on Naruto's face. Seeing this, Iroh started to fear that his adopted son would do something foolish, and as expected, his son turned around and started to walk away from him. "Naruto, where are you going?" Iroh asked. "I'm going to find that bastard Ozai, and I'm going to make him pay for what he's done to Zuko." Naruto replied angrily as he marched down the hall. "No, Naruto, you mustn't," Iroh replied, where he quickly raced over to Naruto and grabbed hold of the young boy. "Let me go, Dad," Naruto yelled as he tried to struggle from his father's grip. As this was happening, Xiao Zi, who had been sitting on Naruto's shoulder the entire time, jumped off Naruto's shoulder and onto Iroh's shoulder, fearing the way his master was acting right now. "No, Naruto, I won't let you do this. Attacking the Fire Lord will solve nothing. All it will do is cause more harm. It will not change what happened to Zuko. So we sit back and do nothing?" Naruto asked angrily as he continued to struggle with his father. "We let him get away with this." "I'm sorry, Naruto. I know how you feel, but there is nothing we can do." Zuko accepted the Agni Kai. "Even if it wasn't an official match, there is nothing we can do. The Fire Lord's rule is absolute." "That isn't right," Naruto said angrily, as he felt he should do something, but before he could say anything more, Iroh turned Naruto around to face him. "No, Naruto, it isn't. But you must understand that in life there are some things that we cannot control nor do anything about. So we just accept it?" Naruto asked angrily as he looked at his adopted father, who could only sadly nod. Before Naruto could respond to this, the two of them suddenly saw the double doors to Zuko's room open. Seeing the healer bother Iroh, and Naruto quickly walked over to the man to ask about Zuko's state. "Excuse me, but can you tell me how Prince Zuko is?" Iroh asked after they walked up to the healer. "Prince Zuko is resting comfortably right now and is recovering well. He should be ready to leave tomorrow," the healer replied, to which Iroh thanked him. When the healer walked away from them, Naruto immediately turned to his adopted father. Dad, what was he talking about? Where is Zuko going? As soon as Naruto asked this, Iroh let out a tried sigh. I'm afraid Prince Zuko is being banished. What? Naruto cried in disbelief. But why? Because Zuko refused to fight my brother. The Fire Lord declared that Zuko's refusal to fight him was a sign of cowardice and another display of disrespect. So he not only burned Prince Zuko, but he also stripped him of his claim to the throne and exiled him from Fire Nation. So Zuko can never come home? Naruto asked in shock. The Fire Lord has declared that the only way Prince Zuko will be allowed to come home is if he is able to find and capture the Avatar. But he might as well say that Zuko can never return home. The Avatar disappeared over 100 years ago after the air nomads were wiped out. No one has seen or heard of the Avatar in over 100 years. I know Naruto, but the Fire Lord has made his decision, and his mind cannot be changed once he has decided on something. Damn it, Naruto cursed as he gripped his fist tightly. After a few minutes, Naruto eventually calmed down, where he and his father decided they would go into to see Zuko. When the two of them entered the room, they saw Zuko lying on his bed, staring at the ceiling. When they moved closer, Naruto could see that the Zuko had a large bandage on the left side of his face, covering his left eye. Prince Zuko, you have a visitor, Iroh spoke. Hey Zuko, how are you feeling? Naruto asked. How do you think I feel? Zuko retorted angrily as he looked at the blonde, who silently cursed himself for his poorly chosen words. I'm sorry, I know it was a stupid question to ask, Naruto replied, feeling awkward given the rough start he was having with his cousin. Yeah, it was, Zuko responded before he went back to staring at the ceiling. Prince Zuko, please, I know you are upset, but Naruto is here because he is concerned for you. He wants to help you. Help me, Zuko yelled angrily as he sat up. What can he do to help me? What can either of you do to help me? Can you help me restore my calm to the throne? Can you help me regain my honor? Can you stop my father from banishing me? Can you remove this? The teen boy yelled as she stood up and ripped the bandage from his left eye, showing Naruto and Iroh his scars. When Naruto saw the burns on the left side of Zuko's face, the young boy couldn't help but wince at them. Iroh was no different, although he just looked away, since he had been there where his brother did this to Zuko. Seeing this, Zuko just frowned. I thought as much. No one can help me. Zuko, please, if you will do, Naruto said, but before he could finish, Zuko went to lie back onto his bed and turn his back to Naruto and Iroh, telling them to go. Prince Zuko, if you, Iroh said, but before he could finish, Zuko turned around and yelled, I said leave me. Not wanting to aggravate Zuko anymore, both Naruto and Iroh decided to respect Zuko's wishes and left the room. After they left the room, Iroh and Naruto made their way back to Iroh's room so that they could talk further without fear of someone listening in on them. Naruto, please don't take what Prince Zuko said to heart. He doesn't mean it. He is just angry at what happened. He will come around eventually, Iroh said after entered his room. I know that, and I don't blame him. I blame the Fire Lord. This is all his fault. What is done in the past is done, Naruto. We cannot change it no matter how much we want to. The best we can do is move past it and look to the future. Yeah, I know, but I just don't know if Zuko will be able to move past this, especially since he's going to be alone. He won't be alone, Iroh said suddenly. I've already announced that I will accompany Prince Zuko when he leaves the Fire Nation. He will need someone to be with him and help him from falling into despair and show him that there is still hope. Then I'm going with you. I was hoping you would say that, Iroh replied with a smile, but before he could say any more, he suddenly heard a knock on his door. When he opened it, he saw a servant who said he had a message for Naruto from the Fire Lord. Surprised, Iroh took the message and gave it to Naruto, who quickly opened it and began to read it. When Naruto finished, his eyes widened in shock. Seeing this, Iroh quickly became concerned. Naruto, what is it? What does the message say? It's a decree from the Fire Lord. It states that I am to enter the Royal Military Academy for boys. It states that for the interest of the Fire Nation in its war against the Earth Kingdom and the Water Tribe, I am to be sent there so that I may be properly trained in using my unique firebending. When Iroh heard this, he quickly took the scroll from Naruto and began to read it for himself. When Iroh finished, he was forced to sit down as he couldn't believe that his brother would go this far to try and get Naruto. Dad, can the Fire Lord really do this? Naruto asked. I'm afraid so, Naruto, for as I said early, very little is impossible to do as Fire Lord. My brother no doubt knew that after I announced that I was going with Prince Zuko in his banishment, that you would come with us. By having you to join the military academy, he making sure that you stay in the Fire Nation and that he has some level of control over you. Can't we do anything? Naruto asked. Can't I refuse it or maybe sneak aboard with you and Zuko when you leave the Fire Nation? I'm afraid you cannot ignore and direct order from the Fire Lord. If you did, it could be considered treason, and if you were to sneak aboard Zuko's ship, the Fire Lord would quickly realize where you went. He would then declare you a deserter and would hunt you down and bring you back to the Fire Nation, where there would be nothing I could do to help you. The only thing I can think of to stop this is to stay here, stating that I would be training you. But if you did that, then Zuko would be alone. Who knows what will happen to him then, especially with the way he is now. Knowing what Naruto said was true, the former Dragon of the West could only place his head into his hands, as he didn't know what to do. If he wanted to protect Naruto, he would have stayed in the Fire Nation and leave Zuko alone to his banishment. But if he went with Zuko, he would be leaving his adopted son alone in the Fire Nation with his brother the Fire Lord, trying to manipulate and use him. After a few minutes, Naruto eventually spoke. Dad, I want you to go with Zuko. What? Naruto, you can't be serious? Iroh said in surprise as he looked at his blonde son. I am. Dad, listen to me, whether Zuko knows it or not. He needs you more than I do. Naruto, you can't expect me to leave you here alone. I won't be alone, isn't that right, Shao Zi? Naruto said as he looked over at the little monkey who jumped off Iroh's shoulder and onto Naruto's. After which he then gave a little salute, indicating that he was ready to do it part. After smiling kindly at the little monkey, Iroh turned back to his son. Although I'm certain that Shao Zi would do a commendable job and help to protect you, Naruto, I fear that you may need more help, as my brother will try many things to win you over to his way of thinking or to control him. He can try, Naruto replied with a frown, since after what he did to Zuko, Ozai was the lowest form of scum to Naruto. Seeing that his father still had doubts, Naruto went over to him and placed his hand on Iroh's arm. Dad, you once told me that to do the right thing, we sometimes must put the needs of others over our own. I don't want you to go any more than you want to leave me here, but Zuko needs you more than I do. He's got a lot to deal with now, and he needs someone to look out for him. That's why you need to go with him. Neither of us want anything more to happen to him. Besides, I can handle myself here, since if Ozai thinks he can manipulate me into becoming one of his little puppets, he's going to be in for a rude awakening, Naruto said with a little smile. When Naruto finished, Iroh could only smile. When Lu Ten died, a piece of me died along with him. And until I found you, Naruto, I thought I would never feel what it was like to be a father or feel the pride of watching his son become a fine man. But now, thanks to you, I have never felt more pride as a father than I have now. You're a good boy, Naruto, and whether Prince Zuko knows it or not, he is very lucky to have a caring cousin like you. When Iroh finished, he then pulled his son into a strong hug, which was quickly returned by Naruto. Eventually, the two let go, and Iroh looked Naruto straight in the eye. Very well, Naruto, I will go, but you must promise me that you will be careful. Do not underestimate my brother, as he will stop at nothing to get what he wants. Don't worry, Dad, I won't, Naruto replied with a smile. Good. I will have some of the White Lotus members who are here to look out for you and warn you if need be in the event that my brother tries something else. At this, Naruto just nodded again, where for the remainder of the day, the two talked over what was needed to be done. The next day, standing at the docks, Naruto watched as Zuko's ship sailed away from him. He had been there to say goodbye to his father and Zuko. who remained distant from Naruto and gruffly said goodbye to the blonde.